be able to see it.
Of the reading material that you sent us was going to be downloadable.
I don't know if I had that as a option in Canva. Let me see. And I wish that it put the title here, but it doesn't do it all the time. Let me see if I can make that downloadable. I was able to get that email out to Dr. Blair. Haven't heard back from her, but I just sent it. So give her a little bit of time to get it. Chapter 1. Share.
Can you hear me now, Lee?
I can. That was me. James, what is your Sunday looking like?
It's open so far.
Let's get together and let's install a server on your virtual box for next week.
Okay. Yeah, I was on the other day, and I have Ubuntu,
Mm-hmm.
and I do have Kali Linux, but when I go onto the Kali Linux, it's asking me to choose the
GUI.
the language, and for some reason, it's not letting me choose anything. So I've uninstalled, I've reinstalled, keeps doing the same thing. So.
Okay.
And then I even tried it, so I went through a whole thing, and I did the bare metal one and tried to put that on it. And so, yeah, I was kind of getting myself tied in knots there, I think, to be honest. So.
Okay. We'll take a this install shouldn't take much or nothing.
Okay.
But I need to do it in Microsoft Teams or another sharing platform so we can I can let people take control of my PC and things like that so they can get the experience.
Yeah. I've got Teams. So. But
Okay.
I'd also downloaded Parrot OS, and need to find out how to get that onto VirtualBox.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not too familiar with that one.
Yeah, I was just kind of playing around and just trying to. I know that Parrot and Kali or even Ubuntu are all pretty major ones for doing anything.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'll let you know of a time. I'll see if anybody else want to join.
Okay.
What I want to do is whoever wants to install Server 2022 on their machine, I'm going to let them do so. And then next week, we're going to split up into groups during class and just do some tasks that we've been over so far in the server, so everybody can navigate around the server. Hopefully, we can get that done here in a Zoom, but we'll see. Probably won't. Probably have to go about it a different way.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, Lee. It's Tara.
Hey, Tara.
Hey, Did you get my email about class today?
I didn't receive any emails in my pivot box.
I didn't send it to that one. I'm sorry. I did send to another one, but I'll send it to the pivot. I sent one to Mary Cruz too, so she would know. I won't be able to be here for the whole class. That's
Okay,
all.
not a problem. Not a problem. I got you.
I told her not at all, but I should have told her at the beginning. But I'll straighten it out tomorrow with her because I need to contact her about my LinkedIn. She was going to help me make it look a lot better.
Okay. Yeah,
And
I don't see an email from you in none of my boxes.
it's something 015.
Yeah, that's my personal Gmail. Well, I didn't see anything, but you might have
Okay.
went to the spam. Hold on. Might have went to the spam, but I'll go ahead and mark you here and just put a note beside it saying that you already contacted us about leaving early.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And you know how you told us if we really were serious about getting a job to apply for 30 to 40 jobs a week? I can't even keep up with all the people trying to contact me. I applied for 34 jobs on Sunday, and I've gotten all kinds of responses.
Now go through your responses. You will have some people trying to lead you on. You will have some people that's gonna kind of like give out these ghost responses, but the legit ones will follow up.
Yeah. And I wasn't aware that they followed up like that on LinkedIn, and like I need to respond to them super fast.
Yeah, those recruiters, they could be a little bit different as far as where they're gonna put your resume out at, but they are big steps as far as basically giving your resume legs and being able to get out there and get in front of the right people.
I have an in-person interview tomorrow. I'm actually got all kind of interviews. I've already done 3 this week. Probably could have did more, but I couldn't keep up with all that. So, I got a finance background, so they really want me to do stuff like that. So I'm trying to figure out how I can work cybersecurity into banking. I know that there's a way to do it, and what would that job be called? I was a mortgage loan officer for years. I've done accounting. I've done payroll. Intuit tried to hire me today, but not paying but they're not paying anything. Nothing.
Is it more seasonal for them? No, but that's
I think it is. I think it's just they said I would get bonuses too, but I don't know how that works. I can do taxes. I can do anything like that. I've been doing taxes since I was 8 years old from my mother by hand. I can do a lot of stuff.
Then yeah,
I just
you should be in the GRC realm where
I got to find a real job though in banking.
So you know a lot about regulations and laws and double checking.
Yeah, Sarbanes-Oxley.
Yeah, so you should. That's how I would say you should get into cyber is go the GRC route, governance, risk, and compliance, and get into that field.
Okay.
That
not fraud analyst or nothing like that. Am I going the wrong way with fraud analysts, that type jobs? Because I don't know if I'm qualified for that, but I can detect that.
Those are things that you want to bring up. And they definitely I think they'll point you in the right direction when it comes to if they have a department that will deal with risk and fraud actions. But GRC is definitely going to be into the risk management field, and that's definitely something that I believe that you'll fall easy into, just because it seems like you're natural at it based off of what you told me.
Yeah, I work for Citibank. I work for Truist. I work for big banks. I have my offices.
Make sure you specify those different regulations that you had to abide by when they're working for those banks. And don't forget
Yeah.
city and state
I'm
too,
hoping.
or different regulations, especially like PCI DSS. If credit card information is going back and forth, that you know things about that, that'll be great that you bring those type of things up. And really, it's also about what type of job that you're interviewing for.
Okay.
Jonathan.
I will keep that in mind. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
If you want it back. If you want it.
Okay, Lee, I'm here. Sorry, I was trying to unmute it and get my voice column here. I am on, but I'm not at home right now. I'm waiting on my transport to go home and everything, but I am on.
Okay, I got you.
And if the young lady the one that you were just talking to just now, there is a site that she could go on if she is interested in doing the risk management and the GRC stuff. There is a site out there, and I can put it in the chat while I'm sitting here if I run across it, that she can utilize to get certified with risk management and stuff like that. Because I currently am working on some stuff, that the things that I told you about earlier.
Right.
I'm working on that, and this is one site that they use to go ahead and certify and verify people in the risk management industry.
We'll put it in the chat so we can take a look at it whenever you run across it.
Yeah, I will.
Appreciate it. How's everybody else doing?
Thank you, Jonathan.
You're welcome, Tara.
Doing okay.
That's good. Good to see y'all. It's almost the weekend, and I got more work to do. Today we're going over lesson 11. And this is more of finishing up core 2 is going to finish up with best practices when it comes to help desk and service desk. It's kind of things we should know by working in a professional environment, but they have their certain standards that they think people should have. And I pretty much already put that lecture up in the classroom, but I do have some slides that I wanted to talk about and just kind of keep your minds open when it comes to those of us that are filling out these applications to go into the IT world. And what will your employer expect of you from a IT service desk, help desk type of role? So we'll go over that in just a second. I also want to put out that on Sunday I plan to hold like a lab, interaction lab on Sunday. And so what I want is that I want some volunteers along with James and I to jump on a Teams call, a Microsoft Teams call. And I want you to download VirtualBox. And then on top of VirtualBox, I got a Microsoft Server ISO that I want you to download and then install. And so I want you to have that experience, but I also want to use up that space on your laptop in order for us to have a group interaction on next week. So not everybody has to show up, but if you got that Sunday around, I want to say 7:00 open, and you don't mind giving up an hour for me just to kind of get that experience of downloading a piece of software and then getting it to work, and then also wanting others to work with you on next week, drop your name in the chat or shoot me a private message and let me know if you want to show up on that day.
And you say it's what time Sunday?
I'm probably going to get online at 8:00 Eastern, so it'll probably be 7:00 for y'all time.
Okay, all right.
And for those who are driving, please drive carefully. Do not get on the camera like Tara, and just get to your destination.
I'm getting off now.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem. All right.
Well, I have a designated driver, so I'm good.
Oh, okay. Don't turn on your camera and then I see you driving now.
I'm not driving, so I got.
All right. Let's share this screen. Put y'all over there. But I'm happy that y'all are filling out applications. That is awesome. If, like I said, if y'all are looking for these jobs, they're there. And if you write the resume for them to call you, if you put out enough of them, somebody's gonna bite and call you back. And that's the only thing you need, is that once they call you back, you know that they are interested in what you have to offer, because they read your resume and you wrote to what you can speak to. And the only thing they want you to do is speak to those type of things. Not that I need to go to my pivot. Jonathan, you got your hand up again? Or is it still up?
In addition to that, in addition to those jobs, I'm doing the same thing. I'm filling out different jobs and stuff. But I also, in reference to what we talked about with me doing my own thing as well.
Mm-hmm.
I've been talking to a lot of different companies who have introduced me to some tools that we haven't talked about yet, but I know they probably will come up. But I pretty much have narrowed down based on what I've been looking at, the about 2 or 3 companies that I'm going to sign up as a partner with for reseller or white label services.
Yes, that's also if you can work the market, and what I mean by that is be able to advertise yourself and be able to sell those products and get clients under your belt. You're cutting out the middleman when it comes to someone hiring someone and working for a particular company. And you can dictate what you can do and what you want to branch out to other third parties to let them do that part. So being an MSP is, I think, is a wonderful way of getting into cyber, and you call your own shots. It's just, I'm not built for it. And I'm not built for the introducing myself. So I'm not going to go to the city hall meetings, or, the BBB meetings, and, shake hands and rub elbows there. That ain't me. I'd rather for you to try to call me and find me, but that ain't working out either.
But so you wouldn't have fit in today at the meeting that I was at with people, with business owners who were shaking hands and rubbing elbows with the Shelby County government.
Believe it or not, Lee doesn't like to talk to people. You know what I struggle with? I cannot do bright icebreakers. I can't. I pray for it to kind of give me those one-liners that'll just get people to open up and just start talking. I don't get it, man. I just kind of look at you and I'm just like, yeah. All right. Talk to you later. That's me. So,
Well, you do a great job with us.
yeah, but it's not. Y'all had to, like,
You know us now, so it's easier.
that's now, right? But the class had to be formed. Y'all had to sign up for the class. That's the icebreaker right there. What I'm saying is that I wouldn't be able to go out and find each and every one of you on LinkedIn and say, you know what, I think that you're in this field, you'll be good for cyber. You know what? Let's have a conversation about cyber and all this, that, and the third. And I don't do well with that. That's just kind of like, hey, I like your profile. Keep it moving.
Well, I think Chet and Epiphany are doing real good in that.
Yeah, some people are very, very approachable. My wife is like that. My wife is totally the opposite of me, which works well for me, you know. But I just I don't get it, man. And I kind of feel like I'm like if I was to say a little icebreaker to kind of get the conversation going, I feel like feel icky. Like, yeah, I shouldn't have said that.
It's the military, Lee.
I was like that before the military, man. So the military was just kind of my type of people.
Makes you worse.
Yeah, it's just I can't do it. Just can't. But if you come to me with a problem, I'm all over it. So still trying to figure that out. Standard operating procedures, SOPs. SOPs are to the point of Tara, when you're talking about GRC, this is where we're going to probably end up at. This is also a field of cybersecurity that a lot of people don't talk about, but it is the first thing that we will probably put in play in order to create some type of security. We're going to put a policy in place, letting people know, letting our clients know, letting our workers know what we will and will not accept. Rules. We don't want this type of actions on our network. We won't tolerate these type of actions. So we put those out in policies. Policies are written from a very high level. So a lot of times people in I'm sorry. I don't know if y'all can hear that, but I'm sorry. All right. A lot of times people in GRC, governance, risk, and compliance, they don't have any technical background, but they have a lot of management background and they have um, experiences in policies, guidelines, best practices. They have those type of skill sets. See, a lot of times what they advertise on TV is that cybersecurity is built all the way around the person with the hoodie is one person that has a lot of technical skill to them, and then they portrayed the good guy as the person with the glasses that's just kind of typing. They're both typing away at their computers, trying to battle each other. But in reality, is more it's more business driven than anything else. Cybersecurity is built off of making the company run securely. The company needs to run whatever they do. That's what they need to do. Whether you're Netflix and our job is to make sure that people have access to the movies, or we're a Food Lion supermarket and you have to protect people from stealing credit card information off of the servers that's in the supermarket. You have to keep the business running first of all. And so you got to let them do what they do, but you got to do it securely. And so a lot of times before we change anything, before we put any tool into action, before we set any kind of configuration, we set up the policy and we say, hey, this is what we want. We want email security to be on all of our emails. So we write a policy for that. Hey, we don't want anybody downloading more than 5 gigabits of data. So we put an acceptable user policy out there before they actually log into our computer. And it just kind of hits at a high level of what you expect. Now, once you go deeper into that, then you go into your procedures and your guidelines and your standards. Those are coming down. So if we're looking at it from a airplane type of view, at 10,000 feet, we have the policy. Sees a lot of it's so vague in that policy, but it covers a lot of ground. The more we come down, maybe at 5,000 feet high, then we are getting into what are the procedures that we use for email security? How do we want to make sure that nobody's downloading 5 gigs of data? What are those things that we're putting in place? Those policies or those procedures and standards, those are those type of things that we're going to be more granular with. And then even when you get lower to maybe 1,000-foot view, maybe we're getting to best practices. We're not going to use Microsoft Teams, we're going to use Zoom, or we're not going to use Zoom, we're going to use TeamViewer. Those type of applications are very low down to the ground, and this is what we decide to go with this year. But see, from the policy standpoint, we don't care about that. We want to write the policy one time and let that run for years. We check it every year. We make sure that we got it, and we're still following by the policy, but we're not looking to change the policy every time. We're not looking to be so granular in the policy that where people don't understand it. So think about it like this. When you write your policy, it's going to be for every department that's in that building, whether they're technical or not. So they have to understand it. That's why it has to be vague. We will not tolerate any type of betting or adult activities on our internet connection. Plain and simple, cover a lot of areas. So now once you go down to the standards, then you could say we are using these type of tools to make sure that you don't go to any betting sites. Betting sites being like 777.com, or we go to DraftKings.com, those type of sites, you name them. And then guidelines and best practices would be if you see someone on this site or you get an alert with someone on this site, you send that information over to their immediate supervisor. That's the best practice. So know about the standard operating procedure. Every company that you pretty much come across should have some type of policy or guidelines or some type of written documents showing their direction or where they want to go. Now, also in this list is you have things such as a new user. And remember when we talked about a couple of classes ago about end users, terminations, onboarding and offboarding, right? So also those, if we have all of these procedures written down somewhere, when you bring new people on, they can refer back to these policies and then follow things that that person has done before them. It's no guessing game, and that's what you don't want. So whenever someone has to guess at something, especially when they're new and they have to do their job, if there's no direction, what will they do? They'll make up something. They'll just, you know what, I found the best way of getting it done is this way, and it could be something totally different. That's how we get shadow IT a lot of times, where someone brings in a device from the outside because no one showed them how to put in a help desk ticket to request another network connectivity at a cubicle. They will just bring it in, and they'll bring in something from the outside and just say, you know what, I'll just take matters into my own hand. That's what we don't want.
I got a question.
I'm sorry, say it again.
Can you do a job shadow? Would they allow you to do that?
Like for your first time as an IT?
Yeah.
person? So, okay, think about it like this. When you get your first IT job, when they hire you, their intent is to make you be successful. Nobody's going to hire you to fire you within 4 to 6 weeks. They're going to let you at least get 90 days. And so with that being said, I think a lot of people will have you train with other people. And of course, those it's according to how much experience you have. But of course, those first couple of days, couple of weeks, you may just watch somebody else do tickets just to see their process, their thought process. And you have to understand where things are. And because everybody's network is different and everybody doesn't have the same setup that you think they should have. So to answer your question, yes, they will be some. I think in a if that company cares about you and this is your first time, they should let you do a job shadow or of their most experienced person or senior person. And I wouldn't worry about it.
Yeah, do you think I could do a job shadow now?
Yeah. Look, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. If they bring you into an interview, stop my screen share, get back in front of the camera. If they bring you into an interview, they like what you put on your resume. They just want you to speak to it. If they give you a contract and have you and sign it, they think that you could do the job. Then all that is on you after that, for you to have the confidence to come in and ask the questions and make sure that you get the job done. Sorry if you hear that too. But if they don't, nobody's gonna bring you in an IT job, because here's the thing: if you mess up in IT, the company could stop functioning for a second, right? So they're walking on eggshells a little bit. So they're gonna bring you in with the intent of making you successful. I can almost bank on that. Nobody's bringing you in to say, "Oh, that was a good 2 months. All right, see you later." No, they want you at least 2 to 3 years. And I would say in the first 90 days, you're probably going to have a good footing under yourself to feel like, "Hey, I can do this. I can do this on my own." Because once they bring you in, people are going to start, getting up there. Vacation days. All right, we got Lindsay in. We'll get her up to speed in the next 6 months. After that, I'm taking vacation. That means all of the tickets fall on you if you gotta, pull the help desk call center or whatnot. So that means that they're going to train you up enough to where you should be able to come in by yourself or log on by yourself and take care of the tickets. I believe you can do it. And if
Thank
you got
you.
any questions, just jump on your personal computer and hit me up on LinkedIn, and I might look at it. I might give you the answer and help you out. But you might have to pay me too. So
Thank you.
no problem. Speaking to that, each company has different ticketing systems. So ticketing systems, help desk tickets, um, they come in a different variety. You got the main one that I know of right now is Jesus. I forget. I forget what we use at work. We call it Simon, but it's not. That's not the ticketing system name. Software for help desk. What is that name? It's not SolarWinds, but SolarWinds they have kind of like real quick on SolarWinds. SolarWinds have different products that you could download for free just to kind of see how they work, and you could play around with them just to see how to interact with the tools that they have out there. They also have a help desk ticketing system. Trying to find the major one that people are talking about. SolarWinds. It is called. Have no idea. But anyway, you can see here that you have a ton of help desk software. Now, all of your users will be communicated to about the ticketing system. And so you have a different variety of tickets that comes in. And if you're in a smaller environment, you will probably see them as they first hit the queue, which if we look here where the tickets are lined up, this is what we call a queue. And you can distribute those tickets to whoever you deem that can solve it the best. Of now, if your help desk is your job, your level one, it's your job to kind of look over those tickets to make sure that you can't solve it there, and then if you need to pass it on, you can. Um, you typically are working against a timeline when you're doing that, and that timeline is called a service level agreement or SLA. The SLA is going to be something that you'll hear from for the rest of your IT career, just because that customer is expecting to hear some type of response, at least a response within a certain time frame. If not, get an answer or have their ticket closed out. It's not fair all the time of how short the SLA is, but it's typically for a very high ticket, let's say a high priority ticket. They want to hear something back within 30 minutes and then maybe have the ticket closed completely solved in 4 hours. That's a high urgent ticket. Whereas a low ticket, you maybe get you can answer back within a day, 24 hours, and then probably have the ticket closed within 2 to 3 days. Okay. Now, once you are past that threshold of whatever the SLA time is, then um, you get documented on those. Those are your bad points that your leader will uh, have a meeting with you about. Hey, let's try to get these tickets done a little bit sooner. Make sure that we reach out to the client as quick as possible and give them an answer, so they're not waiting around. Think about it like this: when you call your mobile phone provider and you're trying to find out an answer about your mobile phone, um, we all don't want to really be on hold to hear that music kind of just going and going and going and going and going. Um, but imagine if you call into that mobile device provider and they tell you they'll get back with you in a couple of days. Then that raises your frustration level even much higher, and that's how we want to look at our users too. When they are putting in these help desk tickets, they're essentially they can't work at that particular thing anymore until we fix what we can. Now, sometimes it's our fault, sometimes it's not, but over time you will figure out if something's in your realm or not, and you can get those to the particular person as quick as possible. Updating the tickets. You want to make sure that you're updating the tickets as much as possible. I, but I can't say that I practice what I preach on that. I could be better at documenting my tickets, but I don't do it as well as I should. And the reason why you want to document the notes in the ticket is because whenever somebody comes behind you, or if you're new to the company, you can look at old tickets to see how things were solved before, and then follow those procedures in order to solve new tickets. Because sometimes what you'll find out is that you get a lot of tickets, repetitive tickets, especially if there's a big issue or outage um, for a particular application, and we get repetitive in the tickets of, hey, we had to have this person log off and log back on, log off, log back on, and that fixed the issue. Well, if you see that problem maybe 2 months down the road and you research it in the database that the ticketing system has, you could see what people have done 2 months prior, and you just apply those same tactics too. Real quick, let me talk about requests, incidents, and then problems. So problems will be the application works or their processes work. The client may not understand why a particular option is popping up, or maybe an update has happened and they don't understand what's going on. Um, those can linger a little bit just because you have to realize what the application did do in the prior time, and then what did it change to. That could be a problem because um, we don't work with what the client works with on a day-to-day basis. I've learned in the military that um, I was a radio guy. I knew how to put the radios in any vehicle that we had, but as far as operating the vehicle, the radio, and making sure that I can talk to several different channels, I wasn't too great at it because I just installed it. I didn't necessarily operated it. And so whenever I would go and talk to my buddies that were about to go on mission, I tell them, okay, tell me what it's not doing, and I'll see if I can fix that particular issue. But I can't go through a whole different operation and see if I'm going to hit the problem that you got, because you work with it every day. You know what it should and should not do. And I think the same things applies when it comes to a computer. If you work with it every day, that person works with that application every day, they are typically probably more inclined to tell you more about the application than you can as the professional. But you use that as your advantage by getting them to tell you everything that they can about the computer or the application. Eventually they will say something that you will say, oh, that's a DNS problem. Oh, you can't, you're not pulling the IP address. Oh, that those things are eventually start to pop up in your mind because it's a baseline of what we're learning here. We have a baseline for it, but then when your clients start to talk to you, they're going to kind of be that other part of the bridge, and you just need to connect the two and say, oh, okay, well, you just probably need to restart it. Like I'm saying that's the obvious, but a lot of times restarts does fix a lot of issues. But I'm just trying to say that's how you merge the two. You take your baseline, you hear their problem, and somewhere in the middle, you take what you learned and say, okay, your problem will probably be here. You just need to fix this problem. And that'll, fix the issue. Did I go over? Okay, no, incidents. So requests, hold on, let me go over requests. Requests are, hey, I need a new application. I need another computer, you know, self-explanatory. I need something to do my job. Pro tip, sometimes what they request is not always what they need. Um, while you may think that you need a VPN, you may just need Citrix. I may need to teach you what Citrix is, but what you're asking for is more resources that you don't necessarily need. So a request doesn't necessarily means that they get it just because they requested it. Um, a lot of times you need to see if that person will actually use what they're requesting. Now, incidents, on the other hand, this is where we can throw in cybersecurity as well. Incidents is going to be going against the policy in some type of way, but it's also could be I lost a laptop. That's a mistake by the client, and we're using the incident at an incident title as something to fall back on or to reference later, because we want to see how do we react to that particular incident. The incident is probably going to leave an exposure to the company in some type of way, and we need to figure out and we need to react to it quickly on how do we fix that issue. Hey, I think I clicked on a phishing link. How do we fix that? That's an incident. We open up a ticket, we put in the incident information, but then we analyze the situation and put in a particular security control to stabilize the situation. Now, ticket management. Remember, if we're at help desk, then we're probably going to get these tickets first. But then we need to understand if we need to escalate them. Now, we can escalate them up to our senior position folks, but this is not the answer all the time when you get on your first IT job. Try your best to try to answer the issue within the SLA time. Before you send it off to your senior individual, just realize that they're probably working on something for their higher ups that has nothing to do with the ticketing system. So they're probably working on the infrastructure or software configurations. They're doing something that's causing the company to be proactive versus reactive, which is probably going to be the help desk side of things. So, not saying that you should take tickets and then sit on them and let them breach SLA before you send them up to seniority, but try your best to try to fix those things. Maybe, ping them and ask them, could they solve that for you just by saying a couple of words or a sentence or two? Maybe I know where it's at. In other situations, you can escalate to a third party. But the problem with the third party is that since they're not in-house, this is probably you're going to probably have to put that ticket within a holding period to where you don't breach SLA, but you give enough time for someone that's not in your company to be able to read your email and get back with you. So, sending things out to the third party, I have no problem doing those things. I love doing them, actually. I love doing them. But the problem is going back to your customer and telling them that, hey, this is a third party issue. And sometimes your client may think that you have control over your third party too, and may say, oh, well, okay, since you went out and you reached out to Zoom, then make sure Zoom gives you an answer within 2 to 3 hours. I'm trying to get this closed today. It don't necessarily work like that. All right. You're on somebody else's time. You probably have to come up with an explanation of saying, hey, we got to find a workaround. And that's not that's not a bad thing either. When you see that a ticket is going to take longer than what the SLA will allot, then finding a workaround for the client will be a saving grace. They're going to love that more than anything else. If you can find a workaround that's legit and it falls within the standards of the company, then they'll probably take that as something that they'll do in the future. And you could take all day as trying to figure out what's the original issue. Their whole thing is trying to get their job done in a timely manner. All right. Now let's talk about communication. So when you're writing your notes in your tickets, making sure that you're as detailed as possible, but you don't have to be as so detailed as scroll right, click on the start menu, type in um, command prompt. In the command prompt, look for the ping. You spell ping, PING, and you don't have to be that granular, but you you do want to make sure you hit your steps of where did you find certain things and where did you change those particular settings. If you're vague in them, it's hard for somebody to read it, and then kind of who's new to the environment, it's kind of hard for them to understand what they need to do in order to solve the same issue. Now, these three things, whether it be the description, the notes, or the resolution, they kind of all are going to be the same after the notes, right? The description is just going to, hey, this is what we're looking at. This is what we are experiencing. This is what the client is experiencing. I logged into the computer and had them perform the action for me. These are the actions. And then as you are finding out different breakthroughs, you could put these as the notes. But even if you come to a finishing point on the note of, hey, I fixed the problem, then you can pretty much duplicate the notes and put it for the resolution. Maybe put like, hey, in the future, try not to click on a bad link. You won't get a virus. Any questions? For those who are looking to become more experienced in the service desk, ITIL is a certification that you can get that will give you more experience in the IT field. I mean the help desk field. So this is a quick certification that you can partake in. I got this certification in a weekend. But I kind of crammed for it. And the bad thing about it is that I didn't really know how to talk about it when I went for an interview. So take your time on it, but it's not crazy hard to understand what they're talking about here. This is a good certification that you can get to. It's ITIL is ITIL to help desk is like Security Plus is to cybersecurity. Entry level type of certification, but it lets that employer know that you are um, understanding how help desk, the department help desk works. I'll put this in the chat. Now, I took this class to go along with it. I don't know if he still got it up. I like to think that I compete with Dion training, but I don't. But I like to think that I do. Let me see Udemy classes. See how much it is. So here's the thing about Udemy. Udemy is a good spot to take some classes, but wait until they do like a sale on it. They have like right now it could be $24, but at some point in time they might have it for $9. And you get a lot of information for these particular subjects. I took this type of class. ServiceNow. ServiceNow is the ticketing system. Dang, my bad. Thank you. ServiceNow is the ticketing system I was trying to think about. That's the one we got in house.
That on my laptop. It's only a 15-hour course, but I never took the class because I just didn't know what I was signing up for. It was gifted to me.
ServiceNow?
Yeah, for system administrator.
That doesn't. I don't think that'll be what you think it would be. It would give you. It would
I
give
didn't.
you insight, but it's not going to be like a game changer on the resume, in my opinion. But it'll show that you do have some. It's not going to overshine a let's say an A plus. It won't overshine an A plus.
Okay. Okay.
Now let me put this link in the course. I'm not telling you guys to buy this, but I'm just saying what I did to get this particular certification. This particular class helped me do that. And you can see it's not long. 2 hours. Like I said, I cram for it, but it's doable.
Now buckle down.
All right. So ITIL is going to give you a better idea about what all goes into a service desk, such as the assets, not just computers and laptops or desktops and laptops, but look at monitors, mice, keyboards, speakers, all of these type of things that the company spends money on. The help desk has to keep track of it in some type of way. Sometimes we use ServiceNow to other ticketing systems. Sometimes they have these different uh, inserts in them to where we can put that type of information in it. So typically what we would want to do in the right world is we would want to take this ticketing system and then say, hey, this computer one had these trouble tickets associated with it. And so now if we see like so many trouble tickets with computer one, we can go ahead and take computer one probably and start get it ready for device refresh or a device cycle, where that could be a big project that you do as a newcomer to IT, is that you can roll out new computers to users and make sure that they're upgraded to the latest and greatest and that they can log on. All of those things count for a great experience. So, but we have to understand what the assets are physically wise. And then once you get into cybersecurity, then we start talking about the intangible assets, such as reputation. But ITIL will let you know those type of items to look for. Now, mind you, ITIL is going to be still high level, so it's not going to be. And y'all kind of see that here with this class is that I'm not going so granular to where I'm telling you, hey, this speaker goes with this keyboard very well, and this type of Bluetooth is going with this particular NFC that pairs up very well. I'm not that granular, and that's how A plus or CompTIA kind of makes their certifications. You kind of have to get those things in experience, and you see you see the things that work together well. Those are just hands-on experience that you have to get. Um, and playing with these different types of software helps you understand that. Now, we talked about configurations and performance baselines up in the SOPs, but it's here again too, where they're gonna reiterate that. Another main thing that I wanted to talk about on this slide was the change management concepts. Change requests. Change management / change requests is something that every big IT department needs. I say big IT department is because when you have over 300 different servers, or you have over 500 different PCs, and everybody has let's say every department maybe has like 100 PCs dedicated to them, but yet we're all still sharing some main components together. If one department makes a change, it could affect everybody else. And so that's why we want change management in place to use our ticketing system to put in change requests. We want to be able to say, hey, I'm going to upgrade the server for finance this weekend. If you guys have any applications that's coming off the finance server, it's going to be down for the count between Sunday 2 a.m. to 4 a.m. And if that's the case, and if you're running something in conjunction with that particular server, then you can let your department know what's going on, and maybe even your clients know what's going on for those type of changes. If we deem that the change is not the right time to do it, we can veto that particular change and kind of get it out the way, kill it. You typically will see this during holidays, um, long weekends, 4-day weekends, 3-day weekends. We don't want to make major changes then, because we're going to probably have you do these type of things that whenever you have a change and something goes wrong, somebody needs to be on call during that night just in case they need you to jump on a computer real quick. And just for me to go into a rant, that's the reason why I don't understand why more companies don't embrace remote work versus trying to bring people into a place. Because whenever you're doing these type of changes, you're doing it off hours in the early parts of the morning, anywhere from 12 midnight to 5 in the morning. Well, you need to really be done by 4, because at 5, 6, and 7, people need to start, gathering. You need your systems rebooted, ready to go by 7. Jonathan.
Okay, so does this go back to the point where we talked a while back, like the system updates, when you're scheduling system updates, even with the firmware and stuff like that, or you may be changing out uh various computers and stuff, taking down systems and putting in new systems, things like that.
Yes. When you're
Okay.
doing those type of changes, those are big changes, man. Because right now, everything works. When you're
Mm-hmm.
looking at a company, everything works. But whenever we start to we change something, one major thing, then it could shut down the next part of the day if we don't know what we're doing, right? So I told you the story about how I was over antivirus, and we sent the application out to everybody that night, and we did not check until 8 o'clock that next morning that people couldn't connect to their computers because of the application that I pushed out. Now people can't work until we didn't get everybody back online to maybe about 10. So that was 2 hours that we wasted. That's 2 hours of my time. But when you look at it, the way a CEO is going to look at it is that I wasted, let's say 100 people, and they all gave up 2 hours. I wasted 200. I wasted 2,000 work hours because of not putting in a proper change request, putting a testing environment out there. Those type of things need to be vetted out in the change management process.
Because I know working as a third party contractor, um, I had to go to Peoria, Illinois for a financial service company. But the way they had it set up was that the office closes because over there on the East Coast, they're 1 hour ahead. So the market closes at 4 their time. It was like 3 my time. So I had to go in there. I could put the printers, I could set up, do all of the physical setups and all like that, putting the printers where they were going to go, the new printers where they were going to go and stuff. But they didn't let me take the old printers off the network until 4 o'clock Eastern time when the market closed on Friday, which was 3 my time. Once that happened and the markets closed, then I had to go back around, run all the way back around the building, taking the old systems off the network, put the new ones on the network, and doing a test to see if they was connecting to being able to connect to the new printer.
Yeah, which makes sense to me because if you never know what may happen, and if it can happen, it probably will happen, and so you just want to take precautions and those type of things, and those goes back to the guidelines that we talked about too, where you got to have some type of process of what you're doing, because in a smaller environment, let's just say a community college, that's something more manageable. You could probably get away with that, doing major changes during the day. If you got a company that's small enough, maybe a nonprofit organization, only 1 or 2 computers that you're really working with, you can tell them, hey man, I'm about to reboot the server, chill out for a second, go for lunch, do something like that. But when you're working with that many different variables, and what I mean by variables is that people, you never know what they're doing at that point in time. And the last thing you want is somebody to say, I tried to print, but I couldn't. And you know who I saw walking around? Jonathan. They're gonna say, Jonathan, get up out of here. But nah, so you don't want that. So in order to get the time that's allotted, you have your change request, and now all of your decision makers come together. They hear your request, and they say, okay, yeah, you could do that on Tuesday night at 12 o'clock to 4 o'clock. Make sure you get it done, reboot it, and we should be good to go. Because a lot of times you won't have a big change on Friday. Because if you have a big change on Friday and something happens, good luck trying to find somebody trying to come in on a Friday night to come work or to get on the phone.
Yeah, because we always had a designated person when we went in to do stuff like that, whether we changing out printers, changing out workstations, stuff like that. They had a designated person, and we had to get on a dedicated phone line, log into what they call the bridge, where they was doing this change all across um the United States. So what they did was is all the teams would log in uh into the bridge, and we would all be on so that in case something goes wrong or whatever, then we could hop on and say, hey, we're having this problem, and they had somebody that could answer our question for whatever it was that we was dealing with.
Now, just to kind of go back to add on to your situation, is that when you really think about how is that planned out, this is where these type of certifications come in at. Your ITIL type of certifications. Not saying that they will give you the exact answer on how to do a printer upgrade or a computer upgrade, but they give you the right things to think about when it's going into these type of, hey, I need to upgrade 200 PCs in a month. What's the best route we should take? in order to do that particular project. This is where these certifications come into play at.
Okay.
All right, easy slide right here. Right, I say that. I know everybody. We all know how to dress for work. Well, it's according what. Honestly, hold on. Let me take that back. That's a bad statement. It used to be slacks for males. It used to be slacks and a polo shirt. For ladies, business pants, polo shirt, or dress attire, conservative dress attire. It has become more, and I'm talking about professional appearance on the slide. It has become more relaxed, where it's jeans and a polo shirt. But really, kind of now in today's business, you may be more casual than that, because the stigma might be a wrong word, but the stereotype that comes along with the IT person is relax, not necessarily uptight. So the the dressed up individual is not necessarily going to be your IT person. Is going to probably be someone with a a polo and some maybe jeans now. But it's also really where you're working at. At the bank that I worked at, they told us in the onboarding procedure, onboarding process, how they expected us to dress, and that's how we conducted ourselves. But I also worked at a TV company, and they didn't care what you wore. So, and that was a Christian network TV company. So I thought that they would be strict on that, but they wasn't. They was just, long as it's not offensive to anybody, you can wear whatever you want to wear. So when it comes to CompTIA, just know professional appearance and attire. So it'll be around these areas here of these young people right here. Now, professional language, I think, is across the board. We definitely don't want to use any type of curse words, right? Definitely want to avoid those type of things. But here's the thing that gets us caught up is the jargon. The jargon, the acronyms, and the slang. Hold on, let me go back. Just the jargon and the acronyms. Jargon could be, oh, is your DNS servers is messing up. Do you know how to check your, let's pull up your CMD and make sure that your DNS servers is fine. When you say that to a client, they're not going to know what you're talking about. We know what you're talking about, but we need to refrain from that. And so you tend to want to reframe those things to where they can understand it, and that can be how you want to talk to them. And don't think about it as you're talking down to someone. You're just putting it into a point where they can understand it, because a lot of your clients that you work with, they're going to be intimidated by the computer. They work with the computer all day every day, but as soon as you start to change some things, or you are doing something to their configurations, they get a little bit of intimidated, especially if you're going to guide them through something. That could be kind of, tough for them to do. So you just want to make sure that you refrain from the jargon and the acronyms, because they may not know what it is. Like if I was to say URL, someone may not know what a URL is. But if I ask you to open up a tab, and then where you put your address at, go ahead and type in espn.com. Then they may be able to do that, more fluently, versus, hey, type in the URL espn.com. You probably just, you may have confused some people just by doing that. Slang. I'm if CompTIA is asking you about it, you refrain from slang. If you ask me, I'm not saying to use slang, right? But sometimes, pro tip, if you can make people feel comfortable, make them feel comfortable. And if you throw a little bit of a slang out there, I'm not saying curse, but I'm just saying slang, some normal language at this point. And also, don't use slang to where, if you think that person not going to understand what you're saying, don't use it. But if somebody says, hey, my computer's glitching and doing all this, that, and the third, and if you say, you come up there and say, oh yeah, your computer is tripping, I think that's okay. I think that kind of calms the situation down, and then now we can figure out what's going on with the computer. But don't, if it's, you could use it in a reversal, where if you see someone's computer flickering and doing crazy things, and you start throwing out some jargon and some acronyms, you can make them even more intimidated by what's going on and what they did. So just refrain from the slang, but once you get the experience under your feet, use it sparingly. I think we all we understand this. Be culturally sensitive. Be mindful of who you talk to and how you are talking to them, regardless of how they talk to you. Now, this is what they won't put in here. That sometimes you will get language that is not necessarily what you bargain for. I talked to a guy this morning from New Jersey, and he was mad that I put my application on his MacBook, and it was causing his MacBook not to be online, and so we had to do this over the phone. And people from the northern part of the United States can be a little aggressive and very sharp with their words. And he didn't say anything that was offensive to me. He just said that I don't like your application. I wish you never put this on my machine. That's what he said. And I'm like, that's not mean, but at the same time, I wish I ain't put it on your computer either, to not receive that type of statement. But you got to kind of brush those type of stuff off, because like I said, people are just looking to do their work, and you may encounter some people that may be in that fast-paced market, and that's how they respond. Real quick, professional titles, and maybe this is more in the military in me, is that yes ma'am, no ma'am, yes sir, no sir. Those are the titles that I will deem to be professional. I don't think you need to call anybody a CFO or yes sir, Mr. CEO. Just, if you're talking to the CEO, just Mr. or Mrs. and keep it professional that way. It can, being professional and having the appearance can go a long way with what people will accept. Sometimes they may accept the fact that you don't know the answer at this point in time, and that since you were cordial with them, they will not get uptight and be able to let you go and get help from escalation. All right, last slide I got here is professional communications. My main thing that I think about when it comes to help desk is that you're going to be on the phone a lot. Um, and just make sure you have your greeting down pat. Whenever you pick up the phone, you greet that person with a hey, thank you for calling the help desk. This is Lee talking. How can I help you? It's something simple, just to kind of keep it professional. Also, I would keep that same greeting for personal or after hour calls, especially if they give you a phone call. I mean, a cell phone for after work. Whenever you have to answer that particular phone, um, hit them with the greeting, and because you never know who you're talking to, and you just want to keep it professional, and you don't want to that's where you don't want to hit them with the slang. They give you a call, hey, what up? What's going on? Unless you know the person and you know who's calling and all that, but hey, thank you for calling. This is Lee. How can I help? Okay, give me a couple of seconds. I'm not at the office right now, but if you give me a couple of seconds, I'll be able to get back to the office and get hooked up, and we can take care of your issues as soon as possible. That'll come with time, but just long as we keep it professional, I think everything will be fine here. Any questions? All right, lesson 9, supporting print devices. So it's not just your typical printer that we're talking about. We're talking about all printing devices, anything that can create you some type of output of the data that you probably spun up and created. A printer is there to put it in the physical form, something now we can touch, right? So we input things with our keyboards, and then we out those output from the computer would be through a printer or some sort, or really from a visual standpoint too when it comes to your monitor. So those are the things that the computer can give back to us as an output. um, so let's get into it. 9A, deploy printer and malfunction of the devices. So let me make sure that I'm recording. All right. So the first thing we want to do is when we're deciding in any type of environment what type of printer to have, we want to make sure that we put in some thought about the setup. We want to make sure that we have good connection to our printer because for those who know about been working with printers for any amount of time, printers can be a little bit cumbersome when it comes to their connection and then bringing them up when you actually want to use them. They can have terrible reception sometimes, and sometimes we can add them to our print to our computers, but then all of a sudden the very next day they cannot connect. And so just having the printer set up is going to be some type of thought process. Having making sure that you have the proper cables involved is going to be also very vital. So you want to make sure if you're going to go with Ethernet, how far along do we need that cable to run and to what in order to get connection. If we're going to go Wi-Fi, we want to make sure that other computers can see that same device. And nowadays we need to make sure our phones can be able to see the device too if we want to print from our phone. uh, you also want to take into consideration noise and the environment that it's in. Some printers can be louder than others, and they can have a wind up kind of a gearing sound to them before they actually start to print. You have some that are fairly quiet and just can um, spit out whatever they're gonna print, but and with little to no noise. But for some bigger printers, you don't want them in a office with someone. You may want that outside in the hallway, so it doesn't cause all that much of a distraction. You also, and that's the case, if you want to put it in the hallway, you need to make sure that when it comes to the security considerations, anyone being able to walk up to a printer and plug something into it is going to be something that you need to keep on your mind. Do we shut down those ports that's on that printer? Remember, when it comes to ports are, and when I'm talking about physical ports, not the communication ports that we talked about um, a couple of weeks ago, or a couple of days ago. These ports on a computer could just be exposed to anybody, and can you can put it in a keylogger from a hacker standpoint and record all of the keystrokes that someone is doing. On the opposite end, when it comes to a printer, if I had a device that I could just plug into the USB port of it on the backside of it, and it's maybe in a hallway. Think of how many times have you seen a printer in a hallway of a hospital hallway? You could just leave that in there, and now you're connected to the network without really kind of any kind of um, device alerting that there's an extra piece of device listening on the network. So you need to take those things into consideration. If you're going to have it out there in the public, make sure that we shut down all of the extra things that's on it, um, to make it minimalistic as possible, in order to still do its job, but not necessarily make us vulnerable in the same sense. Um, Unboxing it is also a big part of it too. It seems like we shouldn't really worry about that, but some of these printers can be fairly large. So if you're working by yourself, you might want to have somebody help you lift these printers up onto a desk, up onto a table. You may want to make sure that you have some type of carrier, right? When I was working with a bank, I always kept me kind of like a flatbed that I would put the printers on and then roll them around to the places where I needed to go. So keep those things in mind. Also, the packing strips that comes on it, we want to make sure that we pull all of those packing strips off, because there are a ton of them, and they're from the outside, inside too. So we need to make sure that we open up our printers to make sure that we take off all the masking tape so all the gearing can work. And sometimes when you look at your instructions, it will tell you where all of the packing strips are, and we need to remove those type of things. Again, if we're talking about USBs and Ethernet, then we need to understand if our printers support those type of connectivity. Um, USB is typically going to be sitting on someone's desk, that printer, right? And they're going to be connected to it physically. Now, this is great when it comes to the connection, because they always have a connection there, and they see it just like if they were to see any other connection to their hard drive. They'll see it here in this bit right here, or if they go to their printers and scanners, they'll see it always connected here. Now, in the case of mine is connected to the Wi-Fi, but I can guarantee you, if I try to, print a test page, I'm probably going to get an error. Like, it's just, we'll talk about this a little bit later, but the connection for a printer is just so iffy, and you working in IT is going to be, this is one thing that you just can't guarantee all the time, and it's printing, so it proved me wrong. Now Ethernet, if the Ethernet is going to be connected to the printer, then it's going to be a network computer, right? So we want to make sure that network device, we want to make sure that it has some type of static or DHCP IP address given to it. So if it's going to be a DHCP, remember it's going to change the IP address on it from time to time. If that's the case, then we need to make sure that our users understand that it may unmap from them, or they may not be able to have a connection because of the IP address changing. So if we can, let's put a static IP address in there to make sure that it always has the same IP address no matter what until we actually take it physically off the network. Close that out. So a lot of the newer, smaller printers come wireless, right? So, and we can set these up with a port called WPS, and this automatically joins that the printer to the wireless network without any kind of interaction from you. You just need to, if you have a newer router or a modem and you have a WPS function on your printer, you should be able to hit those buttons within the 5 to 10 second range that it needs to talk to each other. And then they'll be able to have that conversation, that handshake almost, in order to get onto the network and then now be shared out. And it comes pre-configured to already have like a static IP address and for other devices to automatically see it and then connect to it. So wireless is great to have. You're probably not going to see this in the business standpoint, though. You're probably going to see a more Ethernet driven printer system in a business setting, just because of the networking team, the IT team want to be able to have administration over that printer, right? So we want to be able to see that printer from anywhere in the world, not just on that network, right? So if we're doing it wireless, if we change the wireless network, then we probably can't see that printer anymore. So that kind of limits us to that particular Wi-Fi. When it comes to your drivers, so every printer that you install is going to have some type of print driver to it. And this is going to be critical. Excuse me. This is going to be critical when it comes to adding the printer and making sure that you can actually see it. Let me see if I can show a printer driver would be. Give me 1 second. Let me think about it. Oh, it'll be the properties. Printer properties. And these drivers, basically, this is the code or the language that the printer will talk in. Not prefaces. Sorry, I'm trying to do two things at once, and I'm messing up the lecture. Well, anyway, your drivers, back in the day, they came in on a CD, right? And or some type of optical disc, and we would put them in and then install those things from that disc. And then all of a sudden, now your computer can speak the same language as your printer and be able to communicate with each other with the association of the network. So we need that connection, right? So we have the connection of the USB or Wi-Fi, right? That's how we actually get to it. And now, in order to get to that printer's home, we need to say, okay, I want to speak in your language. Please give me your drivers so I can load it up on the computer and so I can speak your language. So that's why it's important that whenever we change, let's say if we get an HP printer and not an Epson, that we need to put in the drivers for the HP and not rely on the drivers for the Epson to talk to each other or talk to that new printer. It may. I'm not going to say it doesn't, but your chances of you having full functionality of that new printer is going to be low because it doesn't speak to the same language without those drivers. You just saw me into the printer properties, and this is where we can look at different aspects about the printer. Now, I want to go into a different landscape of it, but the printer properties is going to be able to print a test page. You can always go here to see if you have a direct connection to it, or if it's up and online. This is where you can print that test page instead of having it strung up in the queue. you could do it there. I wish I can show you some. Give me 1 second. No. Okay. So your printer drivers would be typically in this spot. But if you can't find it there, you can always go to computer management and look for drivers this way, where you can see here. We can drop that down and look at our drivers this way and update our drivers, or uninstall it from here as far as uninstall the device. So, but this is kind of high level troubleshooting. I believe that once you start to go into the computer management window here, you're kind of too far gone on simple troubleshooting, and we're just trying to save face here by making things work. But typically, if we're at this point in technology, if we have to uninstall from the computer management window, we might as well get another printer. It's a little bit too far gone, and if we do happen to make it work in this area, it's probably going to break again within a week, in my opinion. All right. Now, printer preferences is how we actually want the page, the output to look. This goes into the landscape. Typically, I go in here for the landscape and the size of the printout. So this is where I could see if I want it on a straight up and down like a letterhead. I can have it here, change it by hitting preferences, and that should give me some more options here. And now I can say if I want it on the landscape, if I got maybe a chart that I wanted to print out, I could do it that way. If I wanted to print on both sides, only if my printer can do that, I will do that. Not every printer can print on both sides. And then if I wanted the page order, how do I want it to print out? Typically, I like mine to be from back to front. So that last page that prints out like a book. So that last page will be my front page, and now it's in order. But you can have it, either way how you want it, and probably go into the advanced and get even more options. And this is where you and users will probably be at the most. If it's not a connection issue, then they're probably looking at what type of preferences that I have is not printing right, and you want them to explain to you how do you want the orientation to be, how do you want the output to be, and then you will go in your preferences definitely to go ahead and get those things squared away. So in a network, we want to be able to share our printer, and typically this is automatic. Once you put it on the network, it should be discoverable by every computer that's on the network. But if it's not, then we may need to have some type of print server to broadcast the printer availability out there, and be able to have if okay, so a print server would be for that same example that I had before, the hospital. You would have that print server in the hospital, that printer into the hallway of the, let's say, the second floor, and but you have different departments. So you got the radiation department and surgery department on the second floor, and then in order for both departments to be able to see that server, that's print server, in order to see that printer, that print server will then delegate who can see the printer, and then who can print first, or what's the printing order, right? So you don't want to be able to. So when I say the printing order, I mean the print queue. And it may be queue. Let's go back to printers. Trying to see the print queue here, and right click, or let's see, open the print queue. It didn't pull up when I tried to type it, but whatever. So in here, this is sometimes you can go into your print queue to see what is waiting at the printer. So let's say if we do a test page, we should be able to see a test page come up in here, and then disappear because is heading to the printer. So this is a print queue. So typically, in a busy setting like a hospital, this will be filled up all the time. But this shows you the order of what's being printed next. And this is also where we can come in here. If we have any issues with that printing, we can restart it, we could cancel it, we could pause it. We could do typically I come in here and cancel things out. If you get a print queue that's loaded up and it's not necessarily moving anywhere, and it's not trying to get through its works, then you probably need to restart that printer, and we probably need to clear out the print queue because the print queue is jammed up and it's not being able to send the next print job in a timely manner. All right. So we already talked about printer security when it comes to like, hey, is it going to be in the public's eye? Should we disable some features of that printer? And we just want to keep those things in mind. But also, for someone sniffing the network using Wireshark, can they see that IP address that's assigned to that printer? Can they connect to that printer? Because a lot of times, just like how we're able to take our default gateway and get to a web browser via the get to our interface on our web browser, we could do the same thing for our printer if it calls or if it's there for that. So let's put up our, let's see if we could do some testing here. Printer properties, port. It would be device information. So you can see here in the device information that I get something similar that what I would get for a CMD command, right? I get the name, the model number. Well, it doesn't pull all that, but more importantly, I get this. I get an actual web page that I can go to. And if I hit advance and proceed to it, even though it's unsafe, now I connected via the internet to a web page here on my browser. Now, can I hack this from here? Well, this is public facing, so it's not so much that I can do, but it does give me an idea of what's on the network, and then it also gives me an idea of what vulnerabilities that may be out for this particular printer. So I can easily, when researching it, probably find out if there's some vulnerabilities I could possibly exploit for that. From a cybersecurity standpoint, we don't want this. We don't want this to be accessible by anybody who just ran across or who's savvy enough to pull this type of information down. So we don't want that, and we want to make sure that we hide that at all costs. But if we fail to do that, we can always rely on the audit logs of what's happening and who changed what. Now, logs are there. Remember, on our computer, we have something that's called our event logs, event viewer. And event viewer, remember, records all of the actions that we do on our computer. And the audit logs on a printer is very similar to where it records everything that a user does or print jobs that come through. So if we see anything suspicious, we can always check back on our logs to make sure we can, try to rectify what happened. Now, scanner configurations. When we have a function on our printers that can actually scan, typically it's going to be some type of glass function here where this lid can go back and then it presents a scanning feature to it to where we can put that paper down, face down, and allow it to scan, but then fax out. So scanning is one thing. And then what it does is that it uses FTP in order to turn that into a file to transport somewhere else. Remember, FTP is going to be using port 20 and 21, I think, and is going to be able to use those. Remember, FTP is going to be there to, if I wanted to put something in the chat, a document in the chat and send it to you guys, it's going to be using FTP in order to do that. That's the way it communicates that. Well, your printer may be able to use FTP to scan a document or copy a document. Um, you send it from your computer to that printer, and then it uses FTP in order to send it to an email or to a cloud service. Maybe it wants to upload it to the cloud. Maybe it wants to send that to someone's phone. But it uses FTP. It uses uh, that communication piece in order to get those things completed. All right, moving on to print device consumables. All right. So in laser printers, we have different types of printers, right? We have a laser printer, and we're going to be talking about how it actually goes about processing the print job on it. So these are going to be fairly uh, bigger computer printers, and they're going to have a lot of build up to it because it's going to warm up or charge up the drum in order to use the laser to actually project the outprint or the print onto the paper. Okay, so you want to make sure that um, these these chargers that's in these drums, really, these drums are changed out when they are called to be changed out. They will typically give you a error or some type of notification on the printer that, hey, I need to have maintenance soon. And then you can either put in an order with that particular company's maintenance department, and they can send you a maintenance kit out, and we can change out these rollers as well as this drum here in order to keep some type of clean printout. When you typically don't change these out, the print out could be, it looks spotty, smudgy, and while you can read it, it doesn't look as clean as it could be. And so we want to make sure we change those things out. And these rollers, they typically look like this. Now we'll go over that in a lab that I'm going to do, the how to change out these rollers. These rollers, once they get older, this is why it looks smudgy. They are bringing that paper through and applying the smudges on from a dirty roller. So we need to make sure that we go ahead and change these out. If anybody complains about the printout is not as clean as it should be. All right. So with the laser printer, loading the paper is going to be a major thing too. Being able to have the right size, and then going back onto your software, your computer, and changing that size too to match it in order to get the right printout. Um, Changing out the toner cartridges is going to be a little bit different. So if we see here in this picture, these toner cartridges can either come separate or they could come as a full group. And typically this is all coming from the manufacturer. In the cases that I've seen, I've rarely ever seen these type of laser printers in a home environment or in a small office environment. These are fairly big machines that's probably sitting in a bank or a hospital, things of that nature. So if that's the case, then we want to make sure we get with the manufacturer to get the replacement toners and be able to recycle the old ones or send them back to the company. Sometimes they take them and they tell you to bring them back or send them back, and they tell you to take, when you're taking the new one out of the bag, to replace the old one in there and then send it back to them. Now, this is all, under that whole maintenance kit of it. The maintenance kit is going to be filled with those type of replacement parts. And we want to make sure that you don't have to necessarily wait for the printer to say, hey, it needs a maintenance kit. You want to listen to your clients to say, hey, the printout is not as smooth as it should be. It's real smudgy. It's showing double lines, things of that nature. And when you get those type of things, then we want to go through a proper kind of like a troubleshooting process where we change out the toner, see if that does it. We change out, we get a maintenance kit, and then we start changing out rollers to see if that fixes it. Change out the drums, see if that fixes it, so on and so forth. And sometimes, in my experience, I would just go ahead and do a whole maintenance kit just to kind of put everything on the same playing field and not worry about this is new, but this is a little bit old, so I have to come back in a couple of months to fix that. I'll just rather change everything and have it on the same playing scale, and then that way, when I come back, I know that I'm just bringing another maintenance kit and replacing everything. Now we have inkjet printers, and this is where we have different rollers that it rolls through, and it's going to use a thermal or like a dot process in order to create um, that actual picture is going to be bubble for bubble or kind of like dotted notations on that paper in order to give you the output that you're looking at. Very sharp. It's going to be a sharper output than the laser printer, and it's going to be typically a smaller build um, printer than the laser printer. So we look up inkjet. These are typically going to be for smaller companies. Um, Probably going to be on your desktop in people's offices. That it's not as loud and it's not going to be, but it's not going to be as robust for a larger printout than a laser would be. Okay, so you see the Xerox right here. This is major. You can print out books with these things, but this is not going to be in your typical office where an inkjet, you know, might be a couple of $100, maybe three, right? So you can see here the cartridges are a lot different and it's not as big as the ones that we've seen here. So obviously, like I said, it's not going to be used for big print jobs. Maybe like 30 to 40 pages of documentations that we need to print out and have someone sign. So your inkjets will probably be your better choice for that. Um, Replacing those ink cartridges a little bit easier too, where you don't have to necessarily get with the company to get a replacement. You could typically go to your Walmart or Best Buy or whoever is selling ink and probably look for the number that's associated with it. And what I mean by that is that when you open that when you open this inkjet up, these typically have some type of number that's associated with it, and then you could take that to a Walmart, just match up your number. They all are different, and just make sure you have the right manufacturer's name on it, and you should be able to find the replacement for it. Now we have thermal printers that's also going to use some type of heating element in order to use on their printouts. Now these are typically small or very small printers. They're going to print out labels um, for shipping. You typically see these in shipping. So the next time you go to a UPS store and they print out that let's say a confirmation number, or they print out something that you could stick onto the package in order to ship it off. Those are going to be your thermal printers. Very small. What we need to keep in mind with them is that cleaning and clearing the debris is going to be main for them. Um, they can get dirty a little bit quicker because of the environment too. Where you think about who has these things, they're probably going to be stuffing them out of the customer site. And so remember, we want our devices to be out in the open, typically, in order to breathe and everything like that. But if we have them stuffed in corners and nooks and crannies, then they typically get lint in them and all types of the debris. And typically we need to take these covers off and dump them out and kind of just blow them out with some canned air in order to make gears move smoothly. Also, what we have problems with is on the network. When we set these printers, these small thermal printers up, we need to put in exceptions for them in order to talk to certain servers. And what I mean by servers is that sometimes if we, in our case, my real case is that a lot of people who work with UPS have this thermal printer that came from UPS, and then it works with a software that comes from UPS. Well, on the network, we need to put in bypasses for that because we see that as there's no need to go to UPS for any type of extra communications. But in this case, they do need that in order to get like these printers will print out how much it is to actually send a 4-pound box from Maine to Virginia. And so in order to do that, it talks back to the UPS servers. And so they'll say, Lee, can you put in an exception for that? And I need to, try to find all the exceptions that I can for that printer. So I'm not bombarded with that every time they get an order in. All right. So lastly, we got impact printers. So these are the old school printers with the dots on the side. If you if you know, like I know, this is what your report card came in on. They definitely don't do that anymore. But these typically had transparent papers on them, or carbon papers and impact papers, where you would get different. You would, in one printout, you can get like 3 different copies. And back in the day, back in the day, there used to be like a white, pink, and then another color. And we would, sign the white in the you would have your paper, your parent sign the white part of it, keep the pink part because you could tear them apart. You can keep that and then turn the other one in. But anyway, long story short, these printers are not in style anymore, but you can run into them in places like a car dealership that will need to have like a multiple copies. This is really the last places that I've seen it was just a car dealership that just needs multiple copies and have that multiple signature on one, but it will transport it will go all the way through each paper. All right, 9C, troubleshooting the device and their issues. So, like I said before in the beginning, printers are notorious for going offline, not being able to connect to them. And I'm not too sure if that's going to just be the power of them. Sometimes they go to sleep into a deep sleep, and it's hard for the network to actually wake them up. So they just kind of stay asleep. And then once you hit the power button or you wake them up physically, they don't necessarily talk to the network as quick as a laptop would. And so just making sure that you get that connectivity back to it is not as easy as it seems. And sometimes it can create unnecessary tickets, but those are the main things that, is just going to come with a printer. Someone's going to try to print at that time. No one printed in a long time. So now we need to wake that printer up to make that connection happen again. And sometimes it may even result in you removing the printer and then adding it back manually in order to kind of refresh those connections. Printer jams are always something that's can be a thing, especially with the laser printers. Given that when we go back up to the diagram here, the laser printers, since the paper has to go through all of these different channels, right, in order to make it out on this end, it can be jammed up here. Or if we have bad rollers, maybe it doesn't get a good grip on it, and so it just kind of it sends it through, but then it's just jamming up here, and it's not having an output here. It never makes it around the drum. Maybe it gets jammed up here near the laser because of this roller needing changing. So you could see, or like I said, maybe the drum just needs to be replaced too, because it's not being able to send the paper all the way around. That's the thing that I would just go ahead and just replace all of these parts all at one time and not worry about changing one or two parts out. So let me go back to where were we at? Printer jams. So printer jams on the laser printer could be any one of those issues, just not being able to get through it, or um, maybe we didn't clear one, or we have some type of debris in there, right? But being able to clear those things out and then this is perfect to go back into your printer options, and instead of trying to print another 25 pages that they're trying to print, cancel that out of the print queue and just run your test page to make sure that your test page can go through. If you're hearing a grinding noise, again, you see here, we're gonna go ahead and work with those cartridges and rollers. I say replace them, clean out the debris. So keep a can air with you, be able to blow those things out, and then run your test page to make sure that everything works fine. Now, faded print, again, if we're rolling with a faded print or some type of debris on it, or spotty looks, smudgy, then we're looking at toner, and then we're looking at what type of, if there's any kind of rollers we need to replace. Those are, when it's actually the output of the print, then we just need to look at what is applying the print to the paper, and do we need to replace those type of things. White stripes is typically going to be your the toner is running out. It doesn't have enough to fill in those spots with either ink, black ink or color ink. And then when we're talking about black stripes all over the whole page, again, being able to look at the whole roller, or seeing what's applying the actual print to the paper, and seeing if we can change those things out is going to be key. All right. Couple of things here. Vertical and horizontal lines. Again, we're going to be looking at those feed rollers. Again, those rollers are going to be key because they are taking the paper one by one. And if they have going back to the pictures here, those rollers that I'm talking about are these. These are, it looks like it's a hard piece, but this is kind of like a foam. And it can easily pick up dust that you see here, right? Or that you can see right there. It can easily pick up that dust or any kind of other debris and just keep it lodged into the actual roller. And then now if it get any kind of hot ink on it, it can apply it to the output. So we just want to take these out and just put them in with some new ones, and hopefully that fixes our issue. The fuser unit. So if that fuser is not putting the toner to the paper, then if you print a print job and then a blank piece of paper comes out, then we're probably going to be looking at, all right, we out of toner, or putting in a fuser on a laser printer. I also talked to you guys about the double and the smudges, or it kind of have like double lines. Those are going to be your drum. That's going to be the main corporate there. So that drum is on a laser printer is going to be this big piece right here. We'll see it in that in the lab that I do. You'll see how the drum actually looks. Okay. All right, last slide here. We got print job issues. Again, we're talking about jams or any type of feed issues. Then we want to go in there, and we want to make sure that we're talking to our print queue and being able to, you can restart the print job if you want. I always say cancel everything out, make sure it resets everything, but restart is kind of doing that too. But what I found that when you restart a process, sometimes it keeps the same configurations, the properties there. And so it's just going to give you the same thing over and over again. But if you cancel everything out, kind of let things die down and go back to a default setting, then you might get some success out of that. And that's why, I got that highlighted too by clearing the drive, clearing the queue. So we just want to, it's not necessarily hey, follow steps 1 through 10, and that's going to get you printing. that's not necessarily the key every time. It may jump from different scenarios of what works and what doesn't work. We just need to be patient with our printers and patient with our clients to make sure that we can try to get them in the best position possible. All right, that's all I had. Y'all let me know if y'all got any questions, and I'll see y'all in the next lesson. So whenever I start teaching cybersecurity, integrity versus or that we will do a lot or not every position that I've seen. Even though we are out today, I wanted to make sure that I jump on and give this lesson because I don't want to double up on those lessons coming up. So we can get finished on a proper time schedule in order to study for the core 1 and core 2. So I just wanted to make sure that we don't lose today, even though we are observing MLK Day. So let's go ahead and let's jump into this lesson. Lesson 7, configuring a small office, home office network security. So in this lesson, we're going to be talking about smaller networks and then the security that goes along with them. We already talked about this a good bit in the Security Plus, but in the A Plus, they also kind of gave like an introduction to it. So in a way, you already have the information that you need for this particular section. So which is also a great point that we are doing kind of like a review type of session today. But let's go ahead and let's jump into it. 7A, we're going to talk about attacks, threats, and vulnerabilities. This is where we started off in the Security Plus, where we were talking about informational security, the CIA triad, how everything is built off of the CIA triad: confidentiality, integrity, and then availability. That's the sole basis of cybersecurity. If there's anything to be said about cybersecurity, it will be these three. It will revolve around these three attributes. Either we're going to use encryption for confidentiality, or we're going to lock down an account for confidentiality. We're going to make sure nobody can't change those accounts without our knowledge, which will be the integrity part of it. And then we're going to make sure that data is available whenever we need for it to be available. So making sure that we have all three of these things in place is going to be vital to our informational security. Now, cybersecurity and informational security, sometimes they go hand in hand or interchangeably when it comes to the words, but really cybersecurity is probably your processes that you put in place, um, and those are things that we entitle those network routers and firewalls and IDSs and um, all those different appliances that we put in conjunction with the processes of informational security, where we're applying security tactics to information that we have in the business. Those things are, then covered as cybersecurity once we put the appliances on top of them, right? Now, when it comes to security assessments, everything that we do needs to have some type of assessment to it before we actually tackle it. We won't know what to protect unless we do some type of assessment of it. And the reason why I say we don't know what to protect or how to protect it is because we don't know if it's important to us or if it's not. If it doesn't have some value, some monetary value to it, or does it's intangible, and what's important to it is the importance of the reputation of to the to the company. So those security assessments allow us to see those type of things. It's more of a list that we check and make sure that, okay, you know what, our recipe is important to our cookie business, so therefore it holds a lot of value to it, even though it doesn't have a dollar amount attached to it, but it does have an enormous amount of value to the company. So if that's the case, then maybe we want to spend a little bit more on the security appliances that we apply to it. Maybe the processes need to be a little bit more stern. Maybe we have two-factor authentication when it comes to everything that's revolving where this recipe is sitting at on our servers, who can access it, when can they access those things, and can anybody just change the recipe? Can anybody just take out and say, instead of a fourth of salt, we're going to put three-fourths of a salt, and really just kind of throw our whole business plan off. So those security assessments is always needed in order to give us some type of clear mindset of, how are we going to approach our security posture. Now, this formula that you see here is always true. This is something that you want to keep in mind for not only the test, but just when you're going into the security field. You want to know that a vulnerability plus a threat equals a risk. Now, here's the thing about that is that if you remove one, then you pretty much lower the risk, but you will not eliminate the risk. Now, the vulnerabilities, we can patch for vulnerabilities. We can maybe we can avoid certain vulnerabilities and things of that nature. But sometimes a vulnerability is just going to be present. Now, just because the vulnerability is present doesn't necessarily mean that the threat is always present as well. The threat has to come into the playing field and then pose a threat to the vulnerability. And then when it poses that threat, the threshold of the risk then rises up. And then we get into the whole, hey, what's the impact? What is the likelihood of it happening? Those things play a part on how far do we actually want to have a risk factor on this. So again, that impact and that likelihood goes back to our security assessments. When it comes to the impact, you know, do we care if someone gives a spam mail? Maybe not. Is how important are the people that they're sending the emails to? It may be important if they're sending it to a CEO versus someone that just started yesterday that's trying to work their way up. So all those things play a part when it comes to informational security, and it all works together. And believe it or not, when it comes to the real world, these are different categories where they have different roles. You're just not a security analyst and you cover all of these subjects here. You may have one particular thing that you actually do in your role as a position a cybersecurity analyst that plays a part to the cybersecurity posture for that particular business. All right, moving on to vulnerabilities. Remember, vulnerabilities could be a multitude of things. It's just not a hey, we have an error in the code, or hey, someone gave a weak password. Those are all vulnerabilities, right? You need the threat of a hacker to actually take advantage of those vulnerabilities, but those vulnerabilities are there. And a lot of times when it comes to patches, vulnerabilities will ebb and flow, right? They will go up one month, and then when we patch them, they will go down. And but the next month we're going to have a rise in vulnerabilities again because of the millions of lines of code that is constantly a building point of things that we need to fix, we need to be aware of. So vulnerabilities are not just software based; they could be tangible based, where things that we maybe someone left the door unlocked, maybe someone is letting someone. We'll talk about it in the next slide. Piggyback into the building. Maybe we're not cleaning up our desks and we're leaving things on our desk, and now someone can peek over our shoulder to see some sensitive information. Those things are vulnerabilities. Now, what I got highlighted here on this slide is that things systems. Since we've been talking about operating systems in the core two section, if you're still using software that is of an end of life, meaning manufacturer is not sending out patches, security patches to actually update that system, then you're leaving yourself better if you don't have a threat that's imminent to actually take advantage of that, right? But now the risk factor of it does rises up because you're working with some um, no future of it being patched, and so you're just kind of leaving yourself open, waiting for something to happen. Now you also have that same factor when it comes to bring your own device vulnerabilities. A lot of network admins, they don't like bring your own device attributes, to where we're bringing in our own cell phones, our own tablets into the system, into the network, and we're you know performing business tasks on our personal device. Because if you have your personal device that you go to your own sites to, and your own personal time, and then your device becomes compromised, then in a turn it compromises the business as well, because it may have a gateway to the email that you're opening up. The Maybe the attachment that you open up has a backlink to it, to the inside internals of the company. And so we need to be aware of those things. And if we have the budget to actually bring in a different device, let's do that. Oops, sorry. All right, let's go into social engineering. Social engineering is that age-old thing of, hey, I'm just going to, get some scamming going on, or I'm just going to tell you whatever you want to hear in order for me to get whatever I want to get. Now, this takes many different forms, and it's always constantly evolving. I was listening to a podcast the other day, and they were bringing up the old school um, like spam in regular mail. Like back in the day when I was growing up, you used to get like a stack of mail in like the state newspaper, and it would just kind of be a lot of sales papers and advertisement, but in there it may be some type of advertisement saying that you're going to get a free boat if you send in this a reply to it. And those are not necessarily scamming, right? They may have some implications in there that makes it legal, but for someone to say that, hey, just for you responding, you're going to get a brand new selling boat. Um, there's some type of social engineering going on there, where I'm promising you something. I'm telling you to react to something before time it runs out. Make sure you act now. I'm giving you some type of call to action that now once you believe that you're getting something for nothing, or if it's too good to be true, or if it's too good to miss out on, um, someone could take advantage of you. So this is, social engineering at its finest. And today it doesn't change that much when it comes to spam emails, or just emails that show up in your inbox. They may be geared directly to you, and if they hit just the right way, they may get you to click on something and give them personal information that they need or transact some money between you and them. Short story here is that not too long ago, I was getting on the website Etsy, and I wanted to, do the print on demand shirts. And so I was setting up my account, and as soon as I set up my account on Etsy and did my transactions to make sure that I had my bank linked up and everything, I started getting these spam uh, messages. And it was just, I thought it was funny. But then, you know, I was ignoring them for the most part. But one day they caught me late at night around 10 of 11. I'm older guy, so I'm going to bed. I'm getting sleepy at that time. And I was checking the app and I seen this message, and it had the right wording to kind of get me awake, but it didn't. And I was like, this is from Etsy. I need to contact them and let them know that I need this service or whatnot. And when I did that, they asked for $147, and I sent them that. And right when I sent that to them, and I didn't get any type of confirmation, or they just kind of stopped all communication. I was like, wait a minute, did I just got scammed. How can I be the cybersecurity guy and get scammed? But it happened. They caught me at the right time. And I'm not saying that just because I study cybersecurity all day and I talk about it all day that I'm not out here just knowing everything. If they catch you at the right time, you're caught. Okay. But it it bolsters your ability to recognize those things by training and recognizing certain things. So once, long story short, once I realized that I was already transferred the money to them, and I knew that it was a scam. I called up my bank and said, "Hey, let's put a stop to this transaction here. I didn't authorize it." And luckily, I didn't, have that money go through. But it was just the fact that I fell for it. So fishing. Well, let me go back and let me get these two right here. Dumpster diving. So you have people that will go into the dumpster outside of a business and look for sensitive information. A lot of times we do throw things away, and we're not shredding that information. We're just kind of just crumpling it up, and we don't have a service to actually come and pick that stuff up to properly dispose of it. Now, you do have companies like Iron Mountain that picks up trash and professionally shreds that trash so it can, get rid of any type of sensitive information. You can't even just, get the regular shredder that just cuts it in like 8 long pieces vertically, because, if someone really wants the information out there, let's just say if it's banking information on it, where it's account numbers and routing numbers, um, and there's a big bag of shredded stuff, I could just go and dumpster dive, pick up the bag of shredded paper, take it home, and if I'm really strapped for money, maybe I could just put all that stuff together and figure out where all those pieces go, and then now I have access to, say, hey, go ahead and transfer this money to from this account to this account. Okay, so you want to make sure that if you're gonna have disposal of physical paper or any type of physical information that needs to go out into the trash, maybe we want to have a burn pit if we're like in that certain area, or we have some type of destruction where we're doing some type of shredding, and we want a shredder that not just shreds vertically but cross as well. So we kind of want to make it into smaller cubes. Excuse me. Shoulder surfing. Now, shoulder surfing is like I said before with the clean desk uh, example. Someone's walking by you and they are able to see your screen, and that's just pretty much you're not paying attention to them because you're focused towards your monitor and you're actually just doing work. But if someone's, back when I was working in the office, they had owls that you would open up to your cubicle, but you wasn't really shut off from everybody. People could still look into your monitor. And if you were going to have a space like that, then you probably wanted to have some type of uh, mesh or screen protector on your monitor that will blur the vision, that if you're not sitting directly into it, it actually somebody can't really see exactly what you're working on unless they maneuver into your spot, and then now you can easily minimize something. um, this also goes right into tailgating and piggybacking. Self-explanatory. If you really want to get access to a building, just wait till someone opens a door and walk right behind them. Do not give it any space, because humans' natural ability is to be nice and to hold the door open. Um, you guys and me as well, we're from the South, so house Southern hospitality is a thing. And so just closing the door on a person is just not what you want to do. But in certain cases, when you don't, if you're working for a particular company, especially if I would say is government driven, you're giving government information away, take tailgating and piggybacking seriously. If you don't know that person, they don't have a badge, or you just ain't seen this person, direct them to that doggone check-in station, man. Don't put your job in jeopardy for that. And so just keep those things in mind when it comes to piggybacking and tailgating. That those are different physical forms of social engineering. Of, hey, I'm gonna just walk behind you. And what you gonna do? Be rude and close the door in my face? Probably not. I even seen that happen in the military a lot. It's just a normal courtesy thing to hold the door for people. Now we're all familiar with phishing. Um, those phishing emails come in many different forms, many different ways of putting those emails out and then making them cater to a particular person. Now, when you cater directly to someone, you're getting what they call spear phishing here. And that's, spear phishing is directly for one fish, right? Whereas just a regular fish, once we put a hook into the water, we don't really care who bites. We just want a bite, right? Where spearfishing, I'm looking directly for Lee. Um, Lee has the position that I want. He has the assets that I need. I'm trying to I'm trying to social engineer him, right? Now, whaling, on the other hand, is we're going for the big fish, right? Don't care about the small fish. Don't care about the spearfishing. It's kind of a form of spearfishing, but I'm going for the big fish. I'm going for CEOs, CFOs, anybody chief in their name, executive in their name. I'm trying to manipulate them. And maybe I do a little bit of research on that. And really, when you really think about it, look at the people who are in um, directors positions or over a particular company. Look how much information you get on that person just by looking them up or googling them, or looking at the company and then looking at the person for the executive board. They give a ton of information out about that person. And so it's easy kind of to tailor an email that might just get their attention. And it's not like if you're going for the president of a particular college, HBCU, maybe you're not wanting to just talk about, hey, the Southern Classic. Maybe you want to talk about an actual event that's happening on the campus that students know about, and you bring that directly up to that president. So now it doesn't seem like it's such a, hey, everybody knows about this because Deion Sanders coach here at one point in time. Now he's gone. Da da da. It's more particular to, this is what is going on. This happened last week. Let me address this in this email. And maybe that can get that person, that higher up person, to actually click on that email and then try to social engineer them, click on another link to send them somewhere, get those credentials. Bishing, on the other hand, is all voice related. So this is over the phone. This is picking up those spam calls and listening to them trying to sell you insurance or give you some type of loan, or some of them those are mostly spam when they're trying it's a legit business. They're just, they bought a list off of someone, an email list, and they're just going through the list of people trying to see if they can sell their services to you. Cold calling, right? Now, you do have some places that will call you just to try to get a credit card number off you or some type of money in some type of way, right? You do have those. And so you want to be aware of those, and that's called phishing. Now, evil twin, on the other hand, has nothing to do with this topic up here. Evil twin is going to be on the networking side when it comes to how many different access points we have. When we're looking at access points and when you're looking at what you could connect to as far as the internet is concerned, and I've said this to you guys before. If I had another Mitchell router entry pop up here in the lower right hand corner, then that's going to be an example of evil twin. I don't know which access point I need to connect to, and so if I connect to the wrong one, then maybe I might put in some type of credentials that can be read by someone that I don't know who, and that's a form of compromise to the network whenever you have a evil twin on the network. We typically want to get away from an evil twin by having network access controls put in place to make sure that you just can't put something on the network and then get people to hook up to it. All right. Now, the different types of threats can be internal or versus external. Now that could be a insider threat, which is, hey, Billy is disgruntled. He didn't get the promotion. You know what he's gonna do? He's gonna drop a ransomware bomb or a logic bomb in there before he leaves, and he's gonna quit on Friday. But he's gonna set this up the whole week prior, and then when he quit, that's when the logic bomb goes off, locks down a lot of the network, and they have to do something in order to combat that. That's internal. It is not just that example. It could be a ton of things. It could be a mistake when it comes to internal threats. Hey, I just didn't make a tough password. Now my password is compromised. My bad. Hey, I didn't know who Josh was. He just walked in beside me, so I didn't want to be rude. I let him in. Internal threat. External would be the person walking into the building on the piggyback, right? But external could also be that hacker that's several hundred miles away, that's sending packets over with a ping threat. Those are outside actors trying to get into the network in some type of way, whether it's through appliances or the better way of doing that is through someone who already has access, like a user. All right. Now, spoofing spoofing is a way that we can pretend to be something that we're not. In this case, in A plus, what they're typically going to say is that if you're spoofing something, you're spoofing some type of router or switch, right? And or a computer. And you typically want to do is you want to take pull up my CMD here. You want to take the MAC address, or you could take any type of ID of that particular device, and we just want to make a copy of it. So the MAC address, let me pull up space all. So the MAC address of, let's say, this particular PC, we could take this PC and say, hey, I'm going to have another PC have this exact same physical address. Now you may say, well, what's wrong with that? Is that, remember, a physical address is almost like a fingerprint. There shouldn't be another one like it. And so to have two of the same, now we have to disseminate which one is which and which one do we kick off the network. I'll say shut both of them down and see who complains. Whenever you shut something down and see who complains after that, that's the real one. All right. But when you're spoofing something, I can take this address, this physical address that's just supposed to be for this computer, and now if I'm on the network sees me as a trusted device. You get what I'm saying? And now it's able to share things with me, and I can try to get into places where I don't need to be, given my access. DDoS attacks. DDoS attacks and DOS attacks. Let's start with DOS. DOS is a denial of service attack. This is where you're trying to give out some type of service. Maybe you're running a website. That's your service. The denial is someone being able to shut that web server down and you're not able to deliver whatever it is that you deliver. That's a denial of service attack. Um, Now, this could be also internal, external. It could be typically what we think about is someone external having a DOS attack on somebody internal. Well, sometimes it could be internal where I tripped over a wire and I turned off the server. That's a self-inflicted wound, but it's a form of denial of service attack. Distributed denial of service attack, it goes back to that kind of spear phishing. I'm directing that denial of service attack directly to someone, directly to a particular server. I'm not worried about doing a spread attack and trying to see who I can hit. I'm directly going after Microsoft's web services for Forza Horizon, and I want to shut down those servers. Though that's a distributed denial attack, that DDoS. So whenever you see DDoS, this I want you to think is more focused on one particular server or a particular servers that's doing a particular service, whether rather than a denial of service where it's kind of widespread. Hey, I hit who I hit, and if I can get anybody to shut down, then I'm fine. I'm fine with that. All right. Now, password attacks. Password attacks come in different ways, right? We want to typically uh, we want to protect against password attacks by having heavy passwords, complex passwords, things, and that's where I always preach is the 8 to 12 characters long is going to be upper and lower case, and then special characters. So if we can do that, then we significantly rise our reasons to be compromised up to where not rises it, but it lowers the compromises levels, to be compromised and actually have to disable an account and rechange that password. So passwords in plain text is normally when you see passwords in plain text, we're talking about HTTP, things that we can be on the network using a Wireshark, and then once we see someone comes over the line with their password, if they're not using an encrypted uh, uh, channel of communicating, then we could probably look into that packet and see the password that they're trying to authenticate with. And that's not looking to see something like guest mark here, as you see it right here with this number 8. You're gonna something similar to this. You'll see that plain text actually spell out the password, the actual characters that they typed in. All right. Now you have the password hashing cracking, which is going to be your two popular ones are going to be dictionary attacks and then brute force attacks. First, brute force attacks is exactly what it is. It's a way of it has no strategy about it. I'm going to try every combination of letter, characters, numbers I can, and eventually I'm gonna come across it. Eventually, right? But that's where the excuse me. That's where the length of the password comes into play. If you have a password that's just 4 characters long and you don't have a mixture of uh, special characters or numbers in there, it's not lowercase and uppercase, then you really think about a brute force attack is maybe going to take decades to actually for a computer to run through every possible combination of a password. Every possible might take seconds. So, but when you add the 8 characters and when you add the from 8 to 12, or you really want to be stingy, let's go to 16 characters. And then now you're putting in all these specifications. You're talking about going from seconds of cracking a password to millions of years trying to figure out what the password is. So just that's a reason why we always stress the fact of it being a a major to the password length and then the complexity of the password. The dictionary passwords mean I'm going to take my password cracking a Webster dictionary and I'm going to say, hey, of with the words in the Webster dictionary, come up with the different possible ways of creating a password. And that's where again the complaint can come as far as how do we combat that, because in where we're at, where we speak English, there's only so many words in Webster dictionary. And 9 times out of 10, people are not going to be using crazy words out of there. They're going to be using regular. Then run through the having the dictionary as a base, but then run through the different types of options that it has. You can probably run through that pretty quick too. So what you want to do in order to combat that is that some places say that, hey, you can't have 3 letters in a row that actually form some type of phrase or word in some type of way. You want to make sure that that's separated in all costs. And so they may have some different types of combinations that you can use in order to create the password. All right, now let's go into cross-site scripting attacks. This is where writing some type of code or having some type of scripting background comes into play when it comes to cybersecurity. But this is again, I think this is more in the developers field, web designers field, when it comes to having things injected into a web server. So whenever when you're thinking about a website has thousands if not millions of lines of code written on it, and in order to have some type of cross-site scripting, you're talking about taking some type of malicious code and then implanted it into a well-working website in order for it to pull in some information, pull out some information, whatever the case may be. Maybe redirect someone to a particular site, but it's using the code that's there in conjunction with what we want the user to do next once we throw that arbitrary code in there. Another form of this is SQL injection. So when I think of SQL injection, I want you guys to think of buffer overflows. This is where we can take commands that's used in SQL and use them against databases that's out there that's connected to the internet, that has database of everyone who has a bank account at Bank of America. Maybe we can go in the username we can put a SQL out a Excel spreadsheet, everybody's name and account number to an Excel spreadsheet. If you don't have a buffer on your inputs, your input values, then you'll probably run into something like to where now people can just come in there and back because it doesn't really know what to do with it, or the commands that you put in there, it doesn't have any type of permission gap on it to where now it's just going to follow those directions and maybe spit some stuff out that's actually, when we're talking about encryption, we had a whole class on that in Security Plus, but to rehash, we're talking about symmetric and asymmetric. Symmetric is going to be using keys. So remember, when it comes to encryption, we're taking something readable, making it unreadable, and then readable again by using keys. We can either use the same key to lock that particular plain text up and then give that key to someone else and have them unlock it and be able to read it, or we're going to use a systematic key that's paired with each other. We'll lock it with our public key, and someone will unlock it with their private key, right? So remember, asymmetric is going to use the same keys, and asymmetric is going to use a different pair of keys. And this is where we get into the whole public and private keys. The one thing that I would just, constantly reiterate when it comes to keys, you will always use someone else's public key. You will never use their private key, and they will never use your private key. Okay, they will only use your public key. Always use your own private key. You will never ever use someone else's private key. Okay. Sorry. So digital signatures. When we're talking about digital signatures, we're talking about going and using those private and public keys in order to look at different certificates in order to verify with that particular site that they are who they say they are, and they're signed off by a CA, right? That CA, that certificate authority, is going to vouch to say that, hey, ESPN.com is who they say they are. And if you choose to share any type of information with this particular company, then you can hold them responsible if anything goes wrong, right? So those are the reasons for digital signatures and digital certificates. The key exchange, we already talked about the key exchange when it came to public and private keys. But to kind of reiterate, is that if I'm doing a key exchange, it's going to typically happen in that digital certificate. When I visit a particular site, it's going to show me, well, not me in particular, like not right at that point in time. It may do it in the background. Give me 1 second. Let me try to pull something up. So Duke Energy. So when we go to Duke Energy and we go to certificate is valid, and we go to details, it's going to give me a public key, which is their public key, right? So their public key, I can use that to encrypt something. And then when they get it back on their back end, they can use their private key to decrypt it in order to see what it is. Whereas if they wanted to send something to me on my website, they can use my public key to encrypt something, send it to me, and I can use my private key to decrypt it. Okay. All right, 7B, compare wireless security protocols. This is where we get into the WPAs, Wi-Fi protected access. And the couple of things that I want you to understand is that WPA is not secure anymore, so it's retired from being used, as we say, is unsecure. So you shouldn't use, if you see any kind of questions about it being secure, just know that it's false, and it is not a form of security that we use when it comes to talking on the internet. We're going to either use WPA2 or WPA3. Now, when it comes to two is going to be more worldwide and standard out there. I have seen some places implement WPA3, but not many. And I would imagine the smaller companies are probably not ready to go to a WPA3 just yet. For enterprise business, we're talking about 8021X. This X is going to be a extensible authentication protocol. This is going to allow you to authenticate to a server that's on that particular network. Remember, when we're talking about domains, those domains, we can create accounts. We can create different accounts for users and computers, as well as printers and other things too. And in order to authenticate, to let that server know that we are supposed to be on the particular network, we have 802.1 that's going to be able to look at our account, look at that server, that directory, and be able to talk to each other to say, hey, is Joe's supposed to be on this particular network? Yes, this person authenticated not too long ago. They're good to go. They can only see this particular set of rules. Now, some other ways that you can authenticate on an enterprise network is through remote authentication dial user servers, which is also called Radius, and TACIS Plus. These things are going to also check into some type of server and make sure that you are supposed to be on the network. If you're not, then this is a good way to keep people who are just looking to get on the network, maybe a private network. Maybe you're not even broadcasting the SSID like that. It's good to keep those people off the network using applications like this. All right, 7C, the router security. So, or the home router security. So when we're talking about routers in the home, these are pretty much plug and play. That's a bad way to kind of put it, but that's what it technically is. Or like your telephone company will set it up, but they're not really kind of walking you through exactly how to use it. If you're just setting it up for the first time, they'll probably just set it up and leave, and then they'll give you the password to it, and you connect it, and then you just go about doing your regular Wi-Fi business. But you gotta understand that they're giving you a router that can be logged into, and I would suggest you log into it at least to change the password and set your network up how you want it if you feel comfortable doing so. So always, 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 if you can, change the password. Change the default password of that router. So anybody who may have worked at the telephone company before doesn't have access to your machine later. Now, you heard me be a big component of firmware updates because I really do believe in something like firmwares is something that we overlook time and time again. We should always look for our firmware to be updated and then restart the appliance if need be. But having your firmware up to date is not always gonna give you a notification that there's a new firmware up there. You have to kind of make like a conscious decision to go out there and check to see if there's one out there for your particular device. Now, your home router, your home LAN is going to have some type of SSID, and you can see this in the enterprise too, but it's going to be more prevalent in a private network type of deal. This is where mine is Metro router, and I have some other ones that's on the 2.4 gigahertz and downstairs. These are what we use to identify whatever Wi-Fi network we want to get connected to. Some people have suggested disabling broadcasting those names out. To each his own. I think um, in each in each settings, the broadcast could be to your own discretion. If you take that broadcast down, then if you have new users coming onto your network, then they're going to be constantly asking where is the Wi-Fi, and then what's the password for it. So keep those things in mind. They could be unnecessary tickets if you don't want those type of problems. Inbound filtering. So your router comes with the built-in firewall, right? So you have a firewall on your local PC, but then you have one that's on the modem or the router that's given by the telephone company, and it's going to monitor traffic, believe it or not, going in and out before it actually gets to your telephone company, and they're going to monitor it too. And so the inbound traffic will be anything coming to your computer, anything coming from the outside of the internet, within the cloud, or however you want to look at it logically, coming into your network. And then everything that you send out, whenever you type in your favorite website, and then you hit enter. When you hit enter, it's going outbound. It's going to find that particular application and bring it back to you as quick as possible. we've seen before how this has content filtering already in it. And you can take advantage of those things, especially if you got people who you don't necessarily trust on your network. That could be small kids, or it could be some type of any grown adult, to where, you know, if you don't want those things associated with your network, you can always go in to your router and use the content filtering piece as a way of creating some type of boundary there. Now, you also have static IP and DHCP reservations, where that router is going to look at any type of new device joining the network and then give them the proper IP address, whether it be static or DHCP. Static is going to give the same IP address over and over again, where DHCP is going to assign different IPs from time to time. Now, on your router, it's definitely a good standard to disable any unused ports. This is normally used in an enterprise environment, but if you can use them in a private environment, I would suggest so too. Just to, you know, get into the mindset of not having those ports just open and hot, ready to be checked into, and then once someone makes a connection to them, then now they have a IP address in order to snoop around. That defeats the purpose of a lot of security measures that we put in place. Universal plug and play, pretty much the self-explanatory. Sometimes we don't want to actually set up a particular device. Maybe once we plug in that particular device, we wanted to already pull down the applications for it, or the patches for it, the drivers for it, in order for it to work. This is where universal plug and play comes into play. No pun intended. All right, 7D, security measures. This is where we get into the physical standpoint of cybersecurity, or security plus. And we talked about this a little bit too. This is locking the doors, having different locks on a door. Maybe we want to have a biometric door. Maybe we want to have a smart key fob, not a smart key fob, but a combination lock, where it's like 5 different buttons and we can hit a particular order in order to get access to that particular room. The thing about it, and a badge reader is actually very good when it comes to separating who has what on your network. But the thing about locks and doors is that we need to give that information out on who gets that information, and then we want to make sure that we are doing proper things when it comes to the physical security of it, by making sure we close the doors, we keep the place secure at all times, and we're doing our part, because it's nothing worse than an open locker or some type of lock that's supposed to be secure, but it never gets to be secure because we never locked it. Okay, badge readers, making sure that we have people with their IDs. If they don't have an ID that day, make sure we give them a temporary badge so they can do their work. But at the same time, we don't have to send them home in order to get their ID cards and then come back to work. All right. But one more thing, if you're gonna give out temporary badge cards, make sure that you receive something in replace. So you don't want somebody social engineering their way in. Maybe they piggyback in, and then they give you they say, hey, I forgot my ID card, and maybe the security guard doesn't know them, or what have you, and they give them a temporary card. Well, they didn't give you anything to get that. So make sure you get something from them that's valid, that they will definitely come back to try to get, just in case, once you check that person in, you can check in with the head of IT or whoever, and be able to say, hey, did you have somebody come here to check out the network closet? If not, or it's all good, I got his license here, I got his keys here, whatever the case of what you're going to do for that trade-off. All right, we got finally we got alarm systems, video cameras, and then lighting. So alarms, all these things play a part in watching the perimeter of a particular building, and then being able to alert when there's something to be seen or said. Um, of course, the alarm system doesn't necessarily have to be big sirens or anything like that. It could be a silent notification that goes to someone's phone or email, and we just need to make sure that people are watching. Surveillance cameras, making sure that we always have someone being able to watch that particular camera and tell what's going on. And coupling with that, the lighting is also a big factor too. It doesn't help to have video surveillance when you can't see what's going on in the particular shot. And so you want to make sure that you have good lighting in dark spots. And that may take you going back to work during the dark hours and seeing, okay, I can't see in this spot. I want to make sure that our video cameras have infrared so we can see in the dark, or maybe we buy some type of floodlight to illuminate this piece of space right here, and then have our camera catch any. All I had for this. Even though we are out today, I wanted to make sure that I jump on and give this lesson because I don't want to double up on those lessons coming up. So we can get finished on a proper time schedule in order to study for the core 1 and core 2. So I just wanted to make sure that we don't lose today, even though we are observing MLK Day. So let's go ahead and let's jump into this lesson. Lesson 7, configuring a small office, home office network security. So in this lesson, we're going to be talking about smaller networks, and then the security that goes along with them. We already talked about this a good bit in the Security Plus, but in the A Plus, they also kind of gave like an introduction to it. So in a way, you already have the information that you need for this particular section. So which is also a great point that we are doing kind of like um, a review type of session today. But let's go ahead and let's jump into it. 7A, we're going to talk about attacks, threats, and vulnerabilities. This is where we started off in the Security Plus, where we were talking about informational security, the CIA triad, how everything is built off of the CIA triad: confidentiality, integrity, and then availability. That's the sole basis of cybersecurity. If there's anything to be said about cybersecurity, it will be these three. It will revolve around these three attributes. Either we're going to use encryption for confidentiality, or we're going to lock down an account for confidentiality. We're going to make sure nobody can't change those accounts without our knowledge, which would be the integrity part of it. And then we're going to make sure that data is available whenever we need for it to be available. So making sure that we have all three of these things in place is going to be vital to our informational security. Now, cybersecurity and informational security, sometimes they go hand in hand or interchangeably when it comes to the words, but really cybersecurity is probably your processes that you put in place, um, and those are things that we entitle those network routers and firewalls and IDSs and um, all those different appliances that we put in, in conjunction with the processes of, cybersecurity. informational security, where we're applying security tactics to information that we have in the business. Those things are, then covered as cybersecurity once we put the appliances on top of them, right? Now, when it comes to security assessments, everything that we do needs to have some type of assessment to it before we actually tackle it. We won't know what to protect unless we do some type of assessment of it. And the reason why I say we don't know what to protect or how to protect it is because we don't know if it's important to us or if it's not. If it doesn't have some value, some monetary value to it, or does it's intangible, and what's important to it is the importance of the reputation of to the company. So those security assessments allow us to see those type of things. It's more of a list that we check and make sure that, okay, you know what, our recipe is important to our cookie business, so therefore it holds a lot of value to it, even though it doesn't have a dollar amount attached to it, but it does have an enormous amount of value to the company. So if that's the case, then maybe we want to spend a little bit more on the security appliances that we apply to it. Maybe the processes need to be a little bit more stern. Maybe we have two-factor authentication when it comes to everything that's revolving where this recipe is sitting at on our servers, who can access it, when can they access those things, and can anybody just change the recipe? Can anybody just take out and say, instead of a fourth of salt, we're going to put three-fourths of a salt, and really just kind of throw our whole business plan off. So those security assessments is always needed in order to give us some type of clear mindset of, how are we going to approach our security posture. Now, this formula that you see here is always true. This is something that you want to keep in mind for not only the test, but just when you're going into the security field. You want to know that a vulnerability plus a threat equals a risk. Now, here's the thing about that is that if you remove one, then you pretty much lower the risk, but you will not eliminate the risk. Now, the vulnerabilities, we can patch for vulnerabilities. We can maybe we can avoid certain vulnerabilities and things of that nature. But sometimes a vulnerability is just going to be present. Now, just because the vulnerability is present doesn't necessarily mean that the threat is always present as well. The threat has to come into the playing field and then pose a threat to the vulnerability. And then when it poses that threat, the threshold of the risk then rises up. And then we get into the whole, hey, what's the impact? What is the likelihood of it happening? Those things play a part on how far do we actually want to have a risk factor on this. So again, that impact and that likelihood goes back to our security assessments. When it comes to the impact, do we care if someone gives us spam mail? Maybe not. Is how important are the people that they're sending the emails to? It may be important if they're sending it to a CEO versus someone that just started yesterday that's trying to work their way up. So all those things play a part when it comes to informational security, and it all works together. And believe it or not, when it comes to the real world, these are different categories where they have different roles. You're just not a security analyst and you cover all of these subjects here. You may have one particular thing that you actually do in your role as a position, a cybersecurity analyst, that plays a part to the cybersecurity posture for that particular business. All right, moving on to vulnerabilities. Remember, vulnerabilities could be a multitude of things. It's just not hey, we have an error in the code, or hey, someone gave a weak password. Those are all vulnerabilities, right? You need the threat of a hacker to actually take advantage of those vulnerabilities, but those vulnerabilities are there. And a lot of times when it comes to patches, vulnerabilities will ebb and flow, right? They will go up 1 month, and then when we patch them, they will go down. And but the next month we're going to have a rise in vulnerabilities again because of the millions of lines of code that is constantly a building point of things that we need to fix, we need to be aware of. So vulnerabilities are not just software based; they can be tangible based, where things that we touch. Maybe someone left the door unlocked. Maybe someone is letting someone. We'll talk about it in the next slide. Piggyback into the building. Maybe we're not cleaning up our desks and we're leaving things on our desk, and now someone can peek over our shoulder to see some sensitive information. Those things are vulnerabilities. Now, what I got highlighted here on this slide is that things systems. Since we've been talking about operating systems in the core two section, if you're still using software that is of an end of life, meaning manufacturer is not sending out patches, security patches to actually update that system, then you're leaving yourself better if you don't have a threat that's imminent to actually take advantage of that, right? But now the risk factor of it does rises up because you're working with some um, no future of it being patched, and so you're just kind of leaving yourself open, waiting for something to happen. Now you also have that same factor when it comes to bring your own device vulnerabilities. A lot of network admins, they don't like bring your own device attributes, to where we're bringing in our own cell phones, our own tablets into the system, into the network, and we're you know performing business tasks on our personal device. Because if you have your personal device that you go to your own sites to and your own personal time, and then your device becomes compromised, then in a turn it compromises the business as well, because it may have a gateway to the email that you're opening up. The Maybe the attachment that you open up has a backlink to it, to the inside internals of the company. And so we need to be aware of those things. And if we have the budget to actually bring in a different device, let's do that. Oops, sorry. All right, let's go into social engineering. Social engineering is that age-old thing of, hey, I'm just going to, get some scamming going on, or I'm just going to tell you whatever you want to hear in order for me to get whatever I want to get. Now, this takes many different forms and is always constantly evolving. I was listening to a podcast the other day, and they were bringing up the old school um, like spam in regular mail. Like back in the day when I was growing up, you used to get like a stack of mail um, in like the state newspaper, and it would just kind of be a lot of sales papers and advertisement. But in there, it may be some type of advertisement saying that you're going to get a free boat if you send in this a reply to it. And those are not necessarily scamming, right? They may have some implications in there that makes it legal, but for someone to say that, hey, just for you responding, you're going to get a brand new selling boat. Um, there's some type of social engineering going on there, where I'm promising you something. I'm telling you to react to something before time it runs out. Make sure you act now. I'm giving you some type of call to action that now once you believe that you're getting something for nothing, or if it's too good to be true, or if it's too good to miss out on, um, someone could take advantage of you. So this is, social engineering at its finest. And today it doesn't change that much when it comes to spam emails, or just emails that show up in your inbox. They may be geared directly to you, and if they hit just the right way, they may get you to click on something and give them personal information that they need, or transact some money between you and them. Short story here is that not too long ago, I was getting on the website Etsy, and I wanted to, do the print on demand shirts. And so I was setting up my account, and as soon as I set up my account on Etsy and did my transactions to make sure that I had my bank linked up and everything, I started getting these spam uh, messages. And it was just, I thought it was funny. But then, you know, I was ignoring them for the most part. But one day they caught me late at night around 10 of 11. You know, I'm older guy, so I'm going to bed. You know, I'm getting sleepy at that time. And I was checking the app, and I seen this message, and it worded it had the right wording to kind of get me awake, but it didn't. And I was like, this is from Etsy. I need to contact them and let them know that I need this service or whatnot. And when I did that, they asked for $147, and I sent them that. And right when I sent that to them, and I didn't get any type of confirmation, or they just kind of stopped all communication. I was like, wait a minute, did I just got scammed. How can I be the cybersecurity guy and get scammed? But it happened. They caught me at the right time. And I'm not saying that just because I study cybersecurity all day and I talk about it all day that I'm not out here just knowing everything. If they catch you at the right time, you're caught. Okay. But it bolsters your ability to recognize those things by training and recognizing certain things. So once, long story short, once I realized that I was already transferred the money to them, and I knew that it was a scam. I called up my bank and said, "Hey, let's put a stop to this transaction here. I didn't authorize it." And luckily, I didn't, have that money go through. But it was just the fact that I fell for it. So fishing. Well, let me go back in. Let me get these two right here. Dumpster diving. So you have people that will go into the dumpster outside of a business and look for sensitive information. A lot of times we do throw things away, and we're not shredding that information. We're just kind of just crumpling it up, and we don't have a service to actually come and pick that stuff up to properly dispose of it. Now, you do have companies like Iron Mountain that picks up trash and professionally shreds that trash so it can, get rid of any type of sensitive information. You can't even just, get the regular shredder that just cuts it in like 8 long pieces vertically, because, if someone really wants the information out there, let's just say if it's banking information on it, where it's account numbers and routing numbers, um, and there's a big bag of shredded stuff, I could just go and dumpster dive, pick up the bag of shredded paper, take it home, and if I'm really strapped for money, maybe I could just put all that stuff together and figure out where all those pieces go, and then now I have access to, say, hey, go ahead and transfer this money to from this account to this account. Okay, so you want to make sure that if you're gonna have disposal of physical paper or any type of physical information that needs to go out into the trash, maybe we want to have a burn pit if we're like in that certain area, or we have some type of destruction where we're doing some type of shredding, and we want a shredder that not just shreds vertically but crossed as well. So we kind of want to make it into smaller cubes. Excuse me. Shoulder surfing. Now, shoulder surfing is, like I said before, with the clean desk uh, example. Someone's, walking by you and they are able to see your screen, and that's just pretty much you're not paying attention to them because you're focused towards your monitor and you're actually just doing work. But if someone's, back when I was working in the office, they had owls that it would open up to your cubicle, but you wasn't really shut off from everybody. People could still look into your monitor. And if you were going to have a space like that, then you probably wanted to have some type of uh, mesh or screen protector on your monitor that will blur the vision, that if you're not sitting directly into it, it actually somebody can't really see exactly what you're working on unless they maneuver into your spot, and then now you can easily minimize something. Um, this also goes right into tailgating and piggybacking. Self-explanatory. If you really want to get access to a building, just wait till someone opens a door and walk right behind them. Do not give it any space because humans' natural ability is to be nice and to hold the door open. Um, you guys and me as well, we're from the South, so Southern hospitality is a thing. And so just closing the door on a person is just not what you want to do. But in certain cases, when you don't, if you're working for a particular company, especially if I would say is government driven, you're giving government information away, take tailgating and piggybacking seriously. If you don't know that person, they don't have a badge, or you just ain't seen this person, direct them to that doggone check-in station, man. Don't put your job in jeopardy for that. And so just keep those things in mind when it comes to piggybacking and tailgating. That those are different physical forms of social engineering. Of, hey, I'm gonna just walk behind you. And what you gonna do? Be rude and close the door in my face? Probably not. I even seen that happen in the military a lot. It's just a normal courtesy thing to hold the door for people. Now we're all familiar with phishing. Those phishing emails come in many different forms, many different ways of putting those emails out and then making them cater to a particular person. Now, when you cater directly to someone, you're getting what they call spear phishing here. And that's, spear phishing is directly for one fish, right? Whereas just a regular fish, once we put a hook into the water, we don't really care who bites. We just want a bite, right? Where spearfishing, I'm looking directly for Lee. Um, Lee has the position that I want. He has the assets that I need. I'm trying to I'm trying to social engineer him, right? Now, whaling, on the other hand, is we're going for the big fish, right? Don't care about the small fish. Don't care about the spearfishing. It's kind of a form of spearfishing, but I'm going for the big fish. I'm going for CEOs, CFOs, anybody chief in their name, executive in their name. I'm trying to manipulate them. And maybe I do a little bit of research on that. And really, when you really think about it, look at the people who are in um, directors positions or over a particular company. Look how much information you get on that person just by looking them up or googling them, or looking at the company and then looking at the person for the executive board. They give a ton of information out about that person, and so it's easy kind of to tailor an email that might just get their attention. And it's not like if you're going for the president of a particular college, HBCU, maybe you're not wanting to just talk about, hey, the Southern Classic. Maybe you want to talk about an actual event that's happening on the campus that students know about, and you bring that directly up to that president. So now it doesn't seem like it's such a, hey, everybody knows about this because Deion Sanders coach here at one point in time. Now he's gone. Da da da. It's more particular to, this is what is going on. This happened last week. Let me address this in this email. And maybe that can get that person, that higher up person, to actually click on that email and then try to social engineer them, click on another link to send them somewhere, get those credentials. Phishing, on the other hand, is all voice related. So this is over the phone. This is picking up those spam calls and listening to them trying to sell you insurance or give you some type of loan, or some of them those are mostly spam when they're trying to, it's a legit business. They're just, they bought a list off of someone, an email list, and they're just going through the list of people trying to see if they can sell their services to you. Cold calling, right? Now, you do have some places that will call you just to try to get a credit card number off you or some type of money in some type of way, right? You do have those. And so you want to be aware of those, and that's called phishing. Now, Evil twin, on the other hand, has nothing to do with this topic up here. Evil twin is going to be on the networking side when it comes to how many different access points we have. When we're looking at access points, and when you're looking at what you could connect to as far as the internet is concerned. And I've said this to you guys before. If I had another Mitchell router entry pop up here in the lower right hand corner, then that's going to be an example of evil twin. I don't know which access point I need to connect to, and so if I connect to the wrong one, then maybe I might put in some type of credentials that could be read by someone that I don't know who, and that's a form of compromise to the network whenever you have a evil twin on the network. We typically want to get away from an evil twin by having network access controls put in place to make sure that you just can't put something on the network and then get people to hook up to it. All right. Now, the different types of threats can be internal or versus external. Now that could be a insider threat, which is, hey, Billy is disgruntled. He didn't get the promotion. You know what he's gonna do? He's gonna drop a ransomware bomb or a logic bomb in there before he leaves, and he's gonna quit on Friday. But he's gonna set this up the whole week prior, and then when he quit, that's when the logic bomb goes off, locks down a lot of the network, and they have to do something in order to combat that. That's internal. It is not just that example. It could be a ton of things. It could be a mistake when it comes to internal threats. Hey, I just didn't make a tough password. Now my password is compromised. My bad. Hey, I didn't know who Josh was. He just walked in beside me, so I didn't want to be rude. I let him in. Internal threat. External would be the person walking into the building on the piggyback, right? But external could also be that hacker that's several hundred miles away, that's sending packets over with a ping threat. Um, those are outside actors trying to get into the network in some type of way, whether it's through appliances or the better way of doing that is through someone who already has access, like a user. All right. Now, spoofing spoofing is a way that we can pretend to be something that we're not. In this case, in A plus, what they're typically going to say is that if you're spoofing something, you're spoofing some type of router or switch, right? And or a computer. And you typically want to do is you want to take pull up my CMD here. You want to take the MAC address, or you could take any type of ID of that particular device, and we just want to make a copy of it. So the MAC address, let me pull up. Space all. So the MAC address of, let's say, this particular PC, we could take this PC and say, hey, I'm going to have another PC have this exact same physical address. Now you may say, well, what's wrong with that? Is that, remember, a physical address is almost like a fingerprint. There shouldn't be another one like it. And so to have two of the same, now we have to disseminate which one is which and which one do we kick off the network. I'll say shut both of them down and see who complains. Whenever you shut something down and see who complains after that, that's the real one. All right. But when you're spoofing something, I can take this address, this physical address that's just supposed to be for this computer, and now if I'm on the network sees me as a trusted device. You get what I'm saying? And now it's able to share things with me, and I can try to get into places where I don't need to be, given my access. DDoS attacks and DOS attacks. Let's start with DOS. DOS is a denial of service attack. This is where you're trying to give out some type of service. Maybe you're running a website. That's your service. The denial is someone being able to shut that web server down, and you're not able to deliver whatever it is that you deliver. That's a denial of service attack. Um, Now, this could be also internal, external. It could be typically what we think about is someone external having a DOS attack on somebody internal. Well, sometimes it could be internal where I tripped over a wire and I turned off the server. That's a self-inflicted wound, but it's a form of denial of service attack. Distributed denial of service attack, it goes back to that kind of spear phishing. I'm directing that denial of service attack directly to someone, directly to a particular server. I'm not worried about doing a spread attack and trying to see who I can hit. I'm directly going after Microsoft's web services for Forza Horizon, and I want to shut down those servers. Though that's a distributed denial of attack, that DDoS. So whenever you see DDoS, I want you to think it's more focused on one particular server or a particular servers that's doing a particular service, whether rather than a denial of service where it's kind of widespread. Hey, I hit who I hit, and if I can get anybody to shut down, then I'm fine. I'm fine with that. All right. Now, password attacks. Password attacks come in different ways, right? We want to typically uh, we want to protect against password attacks by having heavy passwords, complex passwords, things, and that's where I always preach is the 8 to 12 characters long is going to be upper and lower case, and then special characters. So if we can do that, then we significantly rise our reasons to be compromised up to where not rises it, but it lowers the compromises levels, to be compromised and actually have to disable an account and rechange that password. So passwords in plain text is normally when you see passwords in plain text, we're talking about HTTP. Um, Things that we can be on the network using a Wireshark, and then once we see someone comes over the line with their password, if they're not using an encrypted uh, uh, channel of communicating, then we could probably look into that packet and see the password that they're trying to authenticate with. And that's not looking to see something like guest mark here, as you see it right here with this number 8. You're gonna something similar to this. You'll see that plain text actually spell out the password, the actual characters that they typed in. All right. Now you have the password hashing cracking, which is going to be your two popular ones are going to be dictionary attacks and then brute force attacks. First, brute force attacks is exactly what it is. It's a way of it has no strategy about it. I'm going to try every combination of letter, characters, numbers I can, and eventually I'm gonna come across it. Eventually, right? But that's where the excuse me. That's where the length of the password comes into play. If you have a password that's just 4 characters long and you don't have a mixture of uh, special characters or numbers in there, it's not lowercase and uppercase, then you really think about a brute force attack is maybe going to take decades to actually for a computer to run through every possible combination of a password. Every possible might take seconds. So, but when you add the 8 characters and when you add the from 8 to 12, or you really want to be stingy, let's go to 16 characters. And then now you're putting in all these specifications. You're talking about going from seconds of cracking a password to millions of years trying to figure out what the password is. So just that's a reason why we always stress the fact of it being a a major to the password length and then the complexity of the password. The dictionary passwords mean I'm going to take my password crack in a Webster dictionary, and I'm going to say, hey, of with the words in the Webster dictionary, come up with the different possible ways of creating a password. And that's where again the complexity can come as far as how do we combat that, because in where we're at, where we speak English, there's only so many words in Webster dictionary. 9 times out of 10, people are not going to be using crazy words out of the dictionary. They're going to be using regular. They're really having the dictionary as a base, but then run through the different types of options that it has. You can probably run through that pretty quick too. So what you want to do in order to combat that is that some places say that, hey, you can't have 3 letters in a row that actually form some type of phrase or word in some type of way. You want to make sure that that's separated in all costs. And so they may have some different types of combinations that you can use in order to create the password. All right, now let's go into cross-site scripting attacks. This is where writing some type of code or having some type of scripting background comes into play when it comes to cybersecurity. But this is again, I think this is more in the developers field, uh, web designers field, when it comes to having things injected into a web server. So whenever when you're thinking about a website has thousands if not millions of lines of code written on it, and in order to have some type of cross-site scripting, you're talking about taking some type of malicious code and then implanted it into a well working website in order for it to pull in some information, pull out some information, whatever the case may be. Maybe redirect someone to a particular site, but it's using the code that's there in conjunction with what we want the user to do next once we throw that arbitrary code in there. Another form of this is SQL injection. So when I think of SQL injection, I want you guys to think of buffer overflows. This is where we can take commands that's used in SQL and use them against databases that's out there that's connected to the internet, that has database of everyone who has a bank account at Bank of America. Maybe we can go in the username we can put a SQL out a Excel spreadsheet, everybody's name and account number to an Excel spreadsheet. If you don't have a buffer on your inputs, your input values, then you'll probably run into something like to where now people can just come in there and back because it doesn't really know what to do with it, or the commands that you put in there, it doesn't have any type of permission gap on it to where now it's just going to follow those directions and maybe spit some stuff out that's actually, when we're talking about encryption, we had a whole class on that in Security Plus, but to rehash, we're talking about symmetric and asymmetric. Symmetric is going to be using keys. So remember, when it comes to encryption, we're taking something readable, making it unreadable, and then readable again by using keys. We can either use the same key to lock that particular plain text up and then give that key to someone else and have them unlock it and be able to read it, or we're going to use a systematic key that's paired with each other. We'll lock it with our public key, and someone will unlock it with their private key, right? So remember, asymmetric is going to use the same keys, and asymmetric is going to use a different pair of keys. And this is where we get into the whole public and private keys. The one thing that I would just, constantly reiterate when it comes to keys, you will always use someone else's public key. You will never use their private key, and they will never use your private key. Okay, they will only use your public key. Always use your own private key. You will never ever use someone else's private key. Okay. Sorry. So digital signatures. When we're talking about digital signatures, we're talking about going and using those private and public keys in order to look at different certificates in order to verify with that particular site that they are who they say they are, and they're signed off by a CA, right? That CA, that certificate authority, is going to vouch to say that, hey, ESPN.com is who they say they are. And if you choose to share any type of information with this particular company, then you can hold them responsible if anything goes wrong, right? So those are the reasons for digital signatures and digital certificates. The key exchange, we already talked about the key exchange when it came to public and private keys. But to kind of reiterate, is that if I'm doing a key exchange, it's going to typically happen in that digital certificate. When I visit a particular site, it's going to show me, well, not me in particular, like not right at that point in time. It may do it in the background. Give me 1 second. Let me try to pull something up. So Duke Energy. So when we go to Duke Energy and we go to certificate is valid, and we go to details, it's going to give me a public key, which is their public key, right? So their public key, I can use that to encrypt something. And then when they get it back on their back end, they can use their private key to decrypt it in order to see what it is. Whereas if they wanted to send something to me on my website, they can use my public key to encrypt something, send it to me, and I can use my private key to decrypt it. Okay. All right, 7B, compare wireless security protocols. This is where we get into the WPAs, Wi-Fi protected access. And the couple of things that I want you to understand is that WPA is not secure anymore, so it's retired from being used, as we say, is unsecure. So you shouldn't use, if you see any kind of questions about it being secure, just know that it's false, and it is not a form of security that we use when it comes to talking on the internet. We're going to either use WPA2 or WPA3. Now, when it comes to two is going to be more worldwide and standard out there. I have seen some places implement WPA3, but not many. And I would imagine the smaller companies are probably not ready to go to a WPA3 just yet. For enterprise business, we're talking about 8021X. This X is going to be a extensible authentication protocol. This is going to allow you to authenticate to a server that's on that particular network. Remember, when we're talking about domains, those domains, we can create accounts. We can create different accounts for users and computers, as well as printers and other things too. And in order to authenticate, to let that server know that we are supposed to be on the particular network, we have 802.1 that's going to be able to look at our account, look at that server, that directory, and be able to talk to each other to say, hey, is Joe supposed to be on this particular network? Yes, this person authenticated not too long ago. They're good to go. They can only see this particular set of rules. Now, some other ways that you can authenticate on an enterprise network is through remote authentication dial user service, which is also called Radius. and TACIS Plus. These things are going to also check into some type of server and make sure that you are supposed to be on the network. If you're not, then this is a good way to keep people who are just looking to get on the network, maybe a private network. Maybe you're not even broadcasting the SSID like that. It's good to keep those people off the network using applications like this. All right, 7C, the router security. So, or the home router security. So when we're talking about routers in the home, these are pretty much plug and play. That's a bad way to kind of put it, but that's what it technically is. Like your telephone company will set it up, but they're not really kind of walking you through exactly how to use it. If you're just setting it up for the first time, they probably just set it up and leave, and then they'll give you the password to it, and you connect it, and then you just go about doing your regular Wi-Fi business. But you gotta understand that they're giving you a router that can be logged into, and I would suggest you log into it at least to change the password and set your network up how you want it if you feel comfortable doing so. So always, if you can, change the password. Oops, change the default password of that router. Um, so anybody who may have worked at the telephone company before doesn't have access to your machine later. Now, you heard me be a big component of firmware updates because I really do believe in something like firmwares is something that we overlook time and time again. We should always look for our firmware to be updated and then restart the appliance if need be. Um, but having your firmware up to date is not always gonna give you a notification that there's a new firmware up there. You have to kind of make like a conscious decision to go out there and check to see if there's one out there for your particular device. Now, your home router, your home LAN is going to have some type of SSID, and you can see this in the enterprise too, but it's going to be more prevalent in a private network type of deal. This is where mine is Mitchell router, and I have some other ones that's on the 2.4 gigahertz and downstairs. These are what we use to identify whatever Wi-Fi network we want to get connected to. Some people have suggested disabling broadcasting those names out. Um, to each his own. I think um, in each in each settings, the broadcast could be um, to your own discretion. If you take that broadcast down, then if you have new users coming onto your network, then they're going to be constantly asking where is the Wi-Fi, and then what's the password for it. So keep those things in mind. They could be unnecessary tickets if you don't want those type of problems. Inbound filtering. So your router comes with the built-in firewall, right? So you have a firewall on your local PC, but then you have one that's on the modem or the router that's given by the telephone company, and it's going to monitor traffic, believe it or not, going in and out before it actually gets to your telephone company, and they're going to monitor it too. And so the inbound traffic will be anything coming to your computer, anything coming from the outside of the internet, within the cloud, or however you want to look at it logically, coming into your network. And then everything that you send out, whenever you type in your favorite website and then you hit enter, when you hit enter, it's going outbound. It's going to find that particular application and bring it back to you as quick as possible. We've seen before how this has content filtering already in it. And you could take advantage of those things, especially if you got people who you don't necessarily trust on your network. That could be small kids, or it could be some type of grown adult, to where if you don't want those things associated with your network, you can always go in to your router and use the content filtering piece as a way of creating some type of boundary there. Now, you also have static IP and DHCP reservations, where that router is going to look at any type of new device joining the network and then give them the proper IP address, whether it be static or DHCP. Static is going to give the same IP address over and over again, where DHCP is going to assign different IPs from time to time. Now, on your router, is definitely a good standard to disable any unused ports. This is normally used in an enterprise environment, but if you can use them in a private environment, I would suggest so too. Just to get into the mindset of not having those ports just open and hot, ready to be checked into, and then once someone makes a connection to them, then now they have a IP address in order to snoop around. That defeats the purpose of a lot of security measures that we put in place. Universal plug and play, pretty much the self-explanatory. Sometimes we don't want to actually set up a particular device. Maybe once we plug in that particular device, we wanted to already pull down the applications for it, or the patches for it, the drivers for it, in order for it to work. This is where universal plug and play comes into play. No pun intended. All right, 7D, security measures. This is where we get into the physical standpoint of cybersecurity, or security plus. And we talked about this a little bit too. This is locking the doors, having different locks on a door. Maybe we want to have a biometric door. Maybe we want to have a smart key fob, not a smart key fob, but a combination lock, where it's like 5 different buttons and we can hit a particular order in order to get access to that particular room. The thing about it, and a badge reader is actually very good when it comes to separating who has what on your network. But the thing about locks and doors is that we need to give that information out on who gets that information, and then we want to make sure that we are doing proper things when it comes to the physical security of it, by making sure we close the doors, we keep the place secure at all times, and we're doing our part, because it's nothing worse than an open locker or some type of lock that's supposed to be secure, but it never gets to be secure because we never locked it. Okay, badge readers, making sure that we have people with their IDs. If they don't have an ID that day, make sure we give them a temporary badge so they can do their work. But at the same time, we don't have to send them home in order to get their ID cards and then come back to work. All right. But one more thing, if you're gonna give out temporary badge cards, make sure that you receive something in replace. So you don't want somebody social engineering their way in. Maybe they piggyback in, and then they give you they say, hey, I forgot my ID card, and maybe the security guard doesn't know them, or what have you, and they give them a temporary card. Well, they didn't give you anything to get that. So make sure you get something from them that's valid, that they will definitely come back to try to get, just in case, once you check that person in, you can check in with the head of IT or whoever, and be able to say, hey, did you have somebody come here to check out the network closet? If not, or it's all good, I got his license here, I got his keys here, or whatever the case of what you're going to do for that trade-off. All right, finally we got alarm systems, video cameras, and then lighting. So alarms, all these things play a part in watching the perimeter of a particular building, and then being able to alert when there's something to be seen or said. Of course, the alarm system doesn't necessarily have to be big sirens or anything like that. It could be a silent notification that goes to someone's phone or email, and we just need to make sure that people are watching. Surveillance cameras making sure that we always have someone being able to watch that particular camera and tell what's going on. And coupling with that, the lighting is also a big factor too. It doesn't help to have video surveillance when you can't see what's going on in the particular shot. And so you want to make sure that you have good lighting in dark spots. And that may take you going back to work during the dark hours and seeing, okay, I can't see in this spot. I want to make sure that our video cameras have infrared so we can see in the dark, or maybe we buy some type of floodlight to illuminate this piece of space right here, and then have our camera catch any. All I had for this.
So whenever I start teaching cybersecurity, integrity versus or that we will do a lot or not every position that I've seen. So whenever I start teaching cybersecurity, integrity versus or that we will do a lot or not every position that I've seen. Record button. Okay. So digital forensics is kind of the a sector of cybersecurity that you're going to have to be in a particular field to actually deal with forensics, because now we're dealing with the court of law. We're actually taking computers in from a law standpoint. I'm sorry, I'm not showing my slides. All right, digital forensics. So holding those type of computers into the court of law. So what are we talking about? You're more looking like the government sector in that FBI field. If you look up the FBI jobs right now, they constantly have openings for cybersecurity analysts and engineering. So the big sector there where they want individuals coming in who are able to use the software on certain computers that they may be crime related, right? So if someone's doing something that's on that computer that's illegal activities or things that they shouldn't have on there, then they need to take that evidence and be able to hold it unchanged with the integrity factor still intact before they actually go to the court of law in order to use it as evidence. The hard thing about that is that when you discover that someone is doing something illegal, you instantly change the instance of the computer. And what I mean by that is that just by you opening files and closing files, you change the logs that are on the computer. So it's always a probability of being unsanitary, so to say, right? Because you're not even though you're not actually committing a crime, you're actually doing some investigation by you just opening up documents or maybe taking a copy of the whole hard drive. You're actually writing things over to the original hard drive, and that could be thrown out in the court of law, and it can't hold up because the integrity has been compromised. So digital forensics, the one thing that they teach you in the Security Plus factor is the chain of custody. So that's pretty much if you're going to be seeing anything on the exam, you're going to see chain of custody on there. And that's where we have a list or a form, some type of PDF that once we deem a computer to be evidence and we need to take it offline, we're going to create this PDF saying when and where and what happened to the computer, right? So we're going to take it offline and put it in a safe, and that needs to be documented. And anytime someone touches the machine, such as hooking it up to a copywriter, which is what it does is that you could plug your USB cable up to the hard drive on the evidence hard drive, and then you can make a copy of it freely on a new hard drive. And now you can actually probe and go into the new hard drive without affecting the old one. But that needs to be documented on the chain of custody. Okay, so all these changes in these the way that you go into this evidence needs to be documented precisely in order to hold up in the court. Okay, so whenever we're talking about digital forensics, you want to make sure that you're understanding that the integrity piece of cybersecurity is probably going to be the stronghold there, and that chain of custody, making sure that we document every piece of information moving forward is documented and then signed off by the appropriate parties. But not only just having that computer as evidence is not just the only case. You have other things that you can take in place in order to have this evidence. Here we can have video, so if we're seeing someone break into our bank and take our computers or take our servers, then we can use the videotape from the CCTV video logs. We can also do eyewitnesses, whoever saw what happened. But we also want to make sure all of those things are documented as well. So all of these things come in place when it comes to gathering information, gathering evidence for a crime that's being committed using computers or against computers. So let's go into that a little bit. So there's two types of crimes. We can have a crime against a computer. So a botnet sending out a distributed DOS attack against a high level company, right? So you don't want to necessarily take all of the computers that's in that, let's say IBM. You don't want to take all the computers in IBM and then say, hey, we're going to round all these things up for evidence. What you want is the computer or the main bot, if you can, you get one of those bots to get that evidence and then prove that it was a crime against another set of computers. But then you also have crimes that are committed directly on that computer, such as theft, vandalism, things of that nature. So there can be in two categories. They're all not just lumped up as in a computer crime. Okay, so let's understand the difference between the two. And on your exam, you're probably going to see just read through the questions, read through the scenario in order to understand what they're actually asking. Yes, ma'am. So timelines on gathering these evidence, as you already heard me say, is pretty vital on the integrity piece when it comes to gathering this information. And every computer is going to log down what happens on the computer. There's no hiding it, and you can delete the logs, but that's a good indication that you've been compromised, you've been hacked, if someone erases the logs, right? So on your regular computer, you can always go to your event viewer, at least on Windows, and your event viewer is going to log down all of the applications, your applications tasks, as well as people who log into your computer. It's going to log all this stuff down and have a timestamp on it. So this is important whenever we want to bring this up in the court of law, because now we can say, hey, it happened on this particular time and date. Now, in the case of incident reporting or incident response teams, such as we're actually hunting a threat, we can use the event logs to figure out when did an attack happen, and then now we can go and look at other network devices, go and look at other different systems around that same time frame to see exactly Where did the attacker go? How did they shift from one system to the next? All by looking at the logs. And the logs is, like I said, a lot of people don't know that they're there. So, you know, when you're talking about a novice or a script kiddie, they're probably going to go into your computer and not really try to delete the logs. But a more experienced hacker, a nation state type of, you know, group of hackers, they'll probably go into a port server and probably try to delete those server logs. Now, we can put in configurations to prevent that, or you have to be a part of a administrative group in order to stop the deletion of the logs. But 9 times out of 10, it's going to be logged here, right? And we can just go in and see what's going on. This is a good way to see if you have a application that's crashing all the time. Come into your event log, see what's going on. More than likely, you're going to just, you know, once you get into that troubleshooting field, you can just go ahead and troubleshoot it by uninstalling and reinstalling. You don't necessarily have to come into the log, okay? But I wanted to show you guys this just because it logs everything from the time of you getting that computer and start to make changes to it. And it will continue to record things until you wipe that computer clean. Now, how do you wipe it clean? You do have some software out there that we can actually run what they call a rewriting software, where they're writing ones and zeros all over your hard drive, and that wipes the OS off and it wipes all of the content off of it. Now, this has to happen about 7 times in a row in order for it to eliminate any type of residue. But there is some software out there that can possibly bring back the image and the information that was already erased. Okay, so that's it's not a 100% for sure thing that is going to be gone forever once you wipe it, quote unquote. But it's a good indication that we can go ahead and dispose of the hard drive, or we can go ahead and say that for sure it's clean. The only 100% way of actually getting rid of the data that's on a hard drive is actually destroying it. So that's why we watch these crime shows. You'll see once the bad guys have infiltrated and the FBI is busting through the door, they'll go ahead and throw the hard drive in the water, or they'll throw it in the microwave and do they'll put electricity to it in order to stop the magnets from actually running in the hard drive, okay? And so that completely wipes the hard drive, making it unrecoverable. But I also heard that even from electro frying the hard drive, that it's able to get back some fragments. But for the most part, that's 100%. You're not going to be able to, retrieve anything back from that. Any questions so far? So just let me put a little cap on the event logs here. So I want to go to security. So if you look here, so I'm in my security window and I'm under the window log. So this is going to log every thing that happened from the applications that's open up, the security, who logged in, what username, and I think I have a place. I think I have a screenshot of where the passwords are actually logged at. Then your system. So your system is going to be more of your hardware, your motherboard. That's going to be the things that we don't really necessarily worry about. But if you have a fan issue, or let's say your computer is constantly overheating, you'll probably get the error here, and you'll probably be able to look into that error and then read what's going on, okay? So once you read, and let's dive into this a little bit. Once we see stuff like this and we read the error and this is in real life. So whenever you get your job, this is what I want you to do. Whenever you get things like this and you're reading the actual description of the problem, if you don't know what it is or you want more information on it, it's a simple, highlight and then let's copy it, or Control C, throw it into a Google search and let's do more research on it, okay? And more likely it's going to lead you down the path of what's going on with the issue, okay? But in most cases, when you have warnings, or even if you see errors like this with the red exclamation part, you can actually just do a restart on your computer that probably clears the issue for you or that person. Now, I wanted to go back to the audit piece where you log in at. This is going to log in anybody who logs into the computer, okay? So as you can see, this is me logging into my computer upstairs, and it locks this credential down every time that I come in and I actually put in my PIN in order to get into my computer, okay? And this started logging everything from this year, everything from this month, really. I wonder where the rest of it is at. But as you can see here, the number of times that it actually recorded that, and I wonder if that's just the ones that I see here. It's been recorded for 34,000 times as far as logins, okay? So here's some good information. If you go into my logs, then you can see what Microsoft account that I have associated with what email that I use. So if you're giving someone access to your computer, going into your event log could hold some actual valuable information. They may not be able to use the password, but if you started to go into your registry and things like that, you could probably find the information that you want to find, okay? So that's just the event log. That's why it's so important when it comes to the forensics and the actual holding evidence and being able to have non-repudiation or integrity when it comes to the type of things that you're going to present in court. That's why it's so important to have the logs, okay? The logs is going to give the straight point facts of what's going on. You do have some caveats, right? So let's say if our time is off, a hacker comes in and they say, I'm going to go down here. Let's see if my time pulls up. So you come down here and I want to be able to adjust the time and date. Let's go here to this setting. Let's say a hacker gets into your server and they're able to change the time and date. What does that mean, right? They just change the time and date. Well, what it does is it changes the time and date on your logs as well. So now, if they could confuse you on when it comes to the research, it's because now they have switched you from an Eastern time zone to maybe a Midwest time zone. And now they can, while you're thinking things happen at a particular time zone on your side, and you overlook that piece, then they could be actually doing things in a different time zone. And so you never try to look into those event logs just because you've had the setting there for someone to change the time or the time zone. Now, we can lock this down by administrative and group policy settings. So if you're an administrator over your company, we could probably put in a group policy to say, hey, regular users can't change the time. Because if we have someone infiltrate our network, we want them to not be able to do that under a regular user's account, okay? So we're going to bet that they're not going to be able to get an administrative account, but if they do get a regular account, that they can't change the time and date, so we can actually don't have to worry about that piece. And you may be asking yourself, Lee, is it really that serious to where you have to worry about the little things like that? And I say yes. if you think about it, then the hacker has thought about it. Okay, so if you think that, hey, it's a little too small, I don't have to really worry about that, from somebody else's point of view that's trying to get what you got, they're probably going to use that. They're not just going to take one path into your network. They're going to go about it in many different avenues. And as security professionals, we need to be able to close off every avenue that we possibly can without hindering the business. Okay, so even a minor change to the configuration of time is big, because that's something that we can not worry about. So if someone else brings it up later on that year, saying, hey, I got a user that's trying to change their password, why is that the case? You already have an answer for it, and we can move forward on that. Okay, so timelines are important. Having those things set to where your event logs are synchronized with them, very important when, you know, keeping that integrity of your evidence. So being able to keep that evidence is also going to strengthen the point of integrity and non-repudiation. So when I say keep, I mean more like, are we keeping the computer encased in a safe somewhere? Are we keeping it at the police station? And make sure that, you know, whenever we do move these things from a particular building or from a room, that we're updating that chain of custody every time we move it, okay? It also says here on that slide, a right blocker. I'm going to show you a right blocker real quick. So let me open up a window. A right blocker, I called it a copywriter earlier, but a right blocker that I've seen, 9 times out of 10 going to look like this. I wouldn't say 9 times out of 10. This is what I've seen. That's a bad picture. Similar to this. So what this does is that you have your hard drive here that's going to come out of your computer, and it's going to use the plug-in cables to plug into this device, which is the right blocker, and then that device, that's not what I want. Because two-way street, where is it? Okay. Better. All right, so hard drive, going to use the connectors to actually power it on. So that's when you see your red cable, your black cable, and kind of like a remote cable here. This is going to give it power in order to move the magnets inside, okay? Now it's going to use this data cable here in order to copy the disk from here over to your computer using a USB connection here. Now what that does is that you could probably put this onto a file somewhere onto your computer, or hey, if we really high speed, let's spin up a VM and let's put a copy of this OS that's on this hard drive, or let's spin up a VM and let's put the copy of this disk onto our VM. Okay, so if there's anything malicious on it, we can put it on the VM. We don't have to worry about it attacking the local machine. We can blow away the VM whenever we feel like it, okay? The right blocker is so important is because it's not going to change anything on this original disk, okay? So if we had someone who was committing a crime against a dentist's office, they were stealing people's medical records, and we caught that individual. Let's say we got their hard drive. We're able to take that hard drive out of their computer, plug it up to our right blocker, and we're filling out our chain of custody at the same time. And then what we're going to do is we're going to make a copy from their hard drive to our VM, okay? But once we're done, we're gonna take this and put it back in our plastic bag, fill out our chain of custody form saying that we're done, and then now put that back into our safe, give it back to the police department and let them keep it, or give it back to your superior and let them keep it in whatever safe place that they have. Now we're gonna do our investigation from a security standpoint on our VM, on our computer, go through different files. Let's see what else they've been doing, or how many victims should be uncovered in the hard drive, on a copy of the hard drive, in order to let them know that their information has been compromised. Okay, so a write blocker is going to do one important thing, and to make sure that it doesn't change anything on the original hard drive when copying it over to the new hard drive. Okay, so now we can still give this to the judge, the original one, give it to the judge and say, hey, it hasn't been compromised in no way. We only took a copy of it and we wrote it down on our chain of custody. We used this particular write blocker to not change the integrity of it, and so it should hold up in the court of law. Okay, so that's your write blocker in a real world scenario. Again, I haven't seen it. I've seen it at Ag First, but we didn't use it. But we did have it in stock, and I haven't seen it at this new place that I'm at, only because I don't think we're mature enough to have such a robust type of process just yet. Okay, so I don't think that we're threat hunting to that point, and I think that's a little bit out of our scope. So that was lesson 18. Lesson 19 went into risk management. Before I jump into risk management, any questions about the digital forensic that we just went over? And while y'all are thinking about the questions, right? Okay. I'm gonna pull up cybersecurity FBI jobs. So those of y'all that have interest in criminal justice or going into a field of law enforcement, you don't necessarily have, in my opinion, all right, you don't necessarily have to go into a field of walking the streets and actually doing physical work with the bad guys. You can catch the bad guys, through their cybersecurity overview. Now, I'm too old for this. They do have a age limit. I think the age limit is 41. I think, not too sure, but I'm pretty sure I'm too old for it. So I think that you still have to do like a physical training for it. So they still want you to be able to be qualified for shooting and doing physical activities. But as far as cybersecurity, I think that'll be your main goal of actually what you're doing on a day-to-day process. So you can always go here to see exactly what they got open, and I'm filling out some applications here too. So working for the government is always a good thing. Let me throw this in the chat. Any questions? All right. Risk management. Risk management is I want to say another silo in cybersecurity, but it's more geared towards the business side of it. So a lot of times, risk management is done by your upper management, C-level individuals, people who are looking at the business from a standpoint of making money, making sales, whatever the business is there to do. Risk is probably going to be in their field of judgment, okay? And as a cybersecurity professional, you need to be able to understand risk from a business standpoint, but at the same time from a risk from a security standpoint too. Since I've been teaching the class to you guys, then, I always kind of went at you with the sense of fear, right? There's somebody out here looking at this. They could be doing this. They could be doing that. And I never really kind of gave you a confident way of looking at things, right? And so your mindset of risk could be negative. So what I mean by that is that I would imagine that you probably look at cybersecurity like lock everything down, don't let nobody in. If you don't let nobody in, then there's no way we can get hacked, right? But that's not the way the business runs. No business runs like that. You have to take a risk in order to get a reward. But you can also take a risk and suffer the consequences as well, right? So we have to be that perfect balance in between to understand that, yes, having our information in the cloud is risky, but it gives us such a wonderful way of being versatile with our data, and we can back up things, and we can always have it on demand, okay? So now you have to weigh the two out. Is it so bad that we're giving someone our private recipe to the fried chicken that gave us millions? Is it so bad that we're giving them that to where we could lose it? We could lose out on millions. But if we do give them that recipe, then now we can have that recipe ready for remote locations and on different parts of the world. And now that opens up a different opportunity in different parts of the world in order for us to make money, right? So the risk could be very, very rewarding on one hand versus that company that we're using for a cloud solution may go out of business in a year. So we need, as professionals, we need to be due diligent on the research that we do. And then we need to make a sound decision on which one we're going to take. Will we go with the new startup cloud company, or will we go with a Microsoft or a Google? Just because we know they're robust and they're reliable sources of resources that we can use, and we won't have to, that risk comes down a little bit. Versus, if we do this, then we can reap the benefit. The company can go into a whole nother stratosphere as far as revenue. We are willing to take this risk. Ultimately, it comes down to the business owner, right? It comes down to whoever runs that business. If they're risk takers, then as a security professional, you're going to have to be more conscious on how you apply security, because you're going to be taking a lot more risk. So you need to come up with different ways to mitigate the problem if it happens, okay? So that's the overview. Let's go ahead and go into this slide here. So what I got on the slide is the phases of risk management and the risk assessment. So that's the document that I put into the chat. We'll get to that in just a second. So the phases of risk management goes like this. You want to recognize the essential functions of the company. What do we do? Let's go with the Wally K Foundation. The Wally K Foundation is a nonprofit organization that's working in the community, in different small communities within the Columbia area district, right? So we want to know, how does Wally K stay in business? What makes them come back day after day after day? What are their goals? What are they trying to achieve, right? And as we figure out what are their goals and what are they trying to achieve, then we can say, okay, how are you doing this? Are you using computers? Are you using phones? Do you throw events, which they all do, right? She has events that are monthly, so she always brings a group of people together. So you got to think, are you emailing these people? Are you giving them sensitive information for that? Are you spending? Do you have a spending budget of being able to hold an event? So all these things come into place. And while you're doing this is kind of like an interview process with your business owner. So as a security professional, let's say you're a consultant, you're going to go into that, you're going to set up a 30-minute interview with the owner of Wiley K Foundation or the board. You sit down with the board and you just ask them questions about how do you actually run business, your business. And they tell you because they are the expert of that, okay? Then it's your job to look at the vulnerabilities versus those functions, okay? So this is where your skills in cybersecurity comes into play. Your skills that you've been learning in the Security Plus course comes into play. Because now we can say, hey, we do most of our job by emailing and having people gather at our facility. So now you would think, okay, what are the vulnerabilities in email? We all know phishing, spear phishing, social engineering, things of that nature. We bring those vulnerabilities up, okay? The actual conferences, or let's say the functions that they have at the gym, then we could say, okay, social engineering at the gym, and then the physical security that we have there. Maybe we want to look at the vulnerabilities on the Wi-Fi, okay? All of these things go into our risk management first two processes. We identify the vulnerabilities. Now, what are the threats? Who are the people remotely to that area, and then someone coming from outside. So if we're doing from emailing standpoint, where are our hackers trying to hack us from? Or basically that's going to go into the security awareness, having your employees look at different emails, understanding what a phish looks like, okay? Now, you also want to write up an assessment of how, if you were to be affected by these threats, or you took a loss on the risk, you were actually attacked, what is the business impact? Are you going to lose money? Will it stop you from holding business for the next 2 weeks? What is the case? And then the final step is to actually have a response. What are the security controls that you're going to put in place? Once you realize that you have a vulnerability and that you identify the threat that could actually take advantage of those vulnerabilities, and then we can actually say, okay, these are the controls that we're going to put in place in order to mitigate, transfer, or avoid. Maybe we want to avoid that risk altogether. Maybe we want to mitigate the risk by giving security awareness training about phishing campaigns. Maybe we want to transfer that risk of, if we do get hacked, we'll transfer the loss to our insurance company. So now we have cyber insurance. We're able to recuperate the money that we lost, or let's say the damage done to the devices. Okay, so these types of things, those response is the final steps that we want to give. So let's take a look at the assessment that I put into the chat. I'm gonna open it up here. This is a free document that I got from the small business. I forgot what the DC stands for, but basically the SBA, Small Business Association. They're giving this form out from their cybersecurity standpoint department that they have there to help small businesses have cybersecurity, have kind of like a department there in order to afford cybersecurity solutions. So this is a good document, right? So I'm using this myself just because it asks the questions in that assessment that you want to ask your customers. And so they break it down into different sections. You got physical security here, and then you got mobile devices, login passwords. We'll go over that in just a second. The website, the social media site. What type of data backup? What kind of data storage that you're using as a small business? But I like this part as well, where they ask you more in-depth questions of who's responsible for the cybersecurity solutions in your company. More likely, that's going to be your business owner, right? Especially if it's a small business. Do you have vulnerability scanning, intrusion detection? A lot of people don't know that they have these things in place, and maybe that they don't. And this is a good document to have to go to a company and say, okay, let's do a cybersecurity assessment on you. And you can just ask these questions, and now they can understand the type of posture that their company stands when it comes to cybersecurity. So let's go back up to the questions that they were asking on physical security. So we'll look at a couple of them in each section. So we have what is malware, virus, and intrusion detection is in place. What AV do they have in place on their computers? Okay, and so now you would ask that question to, we're going to keep with the example of Wally K. We would ask that question to the board, and if they know, they don't. If they know, they would give you that answer. If they don't, you would just simply, put yes or no, and then whatever they think is in place or not. Okay, and then you would also ask questions such as, are the hard copies of files locked? So remember when we did the physical walk around in the building, we seen that the drawers were open, right? So these are things that they can keep their mind on, like, you can fill this out and give them a copy of it and say, okay, I want you to work on the physical part. We will work on the software parts of it. So let's go down to the mobile devices part, where they ask, can a company remotely lock or wipe your device if lost? Remember, we went over this the other week, where having a mobile device management software on those laptops and tablets and cell phones is important, because if we lose it, then we can remotely wipe the information that's on those devices, okay? So those are things that we could ask them, and they can, if they never thought about it, now they can, and maybe they go and look at certain solutions. They got things for the login and passwords, how many users you have at an admin level, which is a very important thing to know. But a lot of small businesses may not know. Medium size it may be according to who you're interviewing. If they have like an IT guy there, they could probably answer that. But in most cases, especially if the cybersecurity posture of a company is very poor, a lot of people might have admin rights that they shouldn't have. Just go back to my example of changing the time and date. That's an administrative type of asset that a lot of people have and may not realize that they have those things. Okay. Real quick, social media. Who has access and authorization to put out social media content? Very important, right? And you may say, why is that important? Well, I may deface your social media. Let's say if you don't have anything personal or sensitive on your social media site, but I can put images. Let's say if I get a church social media site, if I'm able to log into their Facebook, and then I put inappropriate posts on their page, then how does that affect the reputation of the church moving forward? So it's very important to not just make sure the password is locked down, make sure that it's not written down somewhere in someone's office, it can hold a bigger risk factor to it. Okay, keeping up with the risk thing of it, it can hold a bigger factor to it. I can deface that social media site, and now the congregation has gotten smaller because you put this out for everyone to see. Not just, I'm gonna take down certain messages or certain videos that you may have, but building against a reputation for a company is also just as important as what we call a quantitative analysis, which we'll get into that a little bit later. But it's a quantitative analysis where it's not just money value, it is more of a mental state of how someone views the business. Okay? So that's the risk assessment. Any questions on that? Anybody can open up that assessment that I put in the chat? All right. So yeah, good segue to quantitative risk assessment. That's where, like I said, it's not necessarily qualitative. Qualitative is going to deal with money, right? So it's easy to do that type of assessment. You're going to go in and you're going to say, we got 2 servers, 5 PCs, 1 printer, and we can do a value lookup or research on each one of those devices, and we could say the qualitative assessment of these devices combined is roughly $2,000. So if we lose one of them or we lose all 7 devices, then we could say $2,000, $2,500 could get us back up and running within 2 weeks. Okay, so that's the qualitative assessment. We have a number value to it. Okay, where it gets kind of tricky at is when you start to put in your what is the value for your employees, right? And that's 9 times out of 10 you're going to probably go off of the salary that you pay them, but then that goes into the quality of work that they have. So that can get kind of murky there. But it's normally qualitative is going to be with a value, a number value. Quantitative is going to be what does somebody think, or what could be the impact if we're hacked. So it's more difficult to find out the risk factor of it because it's more based off of so many factors that comes into what could drive our customers away. Could it be the quality of work that we're putting out? Did we post something that our customers didn't agree with? Prime example is that back when Trump was the president, if a company was to back Trump and stand for what he stands for, then it could affect the sales of quantitative risk assessment, right? So you need someone, not saying that you as a cybersecurity professional should say, hey, maybe we shouldn't put that on our social media page of what he said, but it was more of when you're talking about a C-level personnel who's sitting on the board, they may say maybe we shouldn't put this out there because it's too murky to actually say we want to back what the president says because he's unliked, then we will become unliked, right? So it's hard to actually have a direct value for qualitative risk assessment, okay? But on your exam, they're gonna, ask you about the different factors that goes into the risk factors when it comes to qualitative risk assessment, which is going to be your single loss expectancy. And meaning, so if we have a server in play and we lose that server, that one server, what is the single loss expectancy for that server? So it may be $900 for that one particular thing, right? But the exposure factor that goes into it means how is it exposed to the public, or is it exposed to the nature? Meaning, could a tornado hit that building and now it destroys the data center? Okay, and then it goes into the annual loss expectancy. How many times are you expecting to lose this particular product throughout the year? Okay, and then with those three things multiplied with each other, then you get an annual rate of occurrence, which is how often is this thing going to happen? Okay. All of those sound murky, right? There's no particular, how do you actually say how many times are we going to have a fire a year? How many times are you going to have a hurricane hit, or someone breaks into your data center and steals all your servers? It's hard to put a number on that. And really, to tell you the truth, in the real world, you have a particular department that handles risk assessment, and that's going to be your governance, risk, and your GRC, governance, risk, and control, governance, risk, and compliance department. Sorry, they're going to be going over things like this, being able to have those formulas already made out for the business, and being able to come up with numbers, actually putting numbers to those factors. But from a standpoint of just learning the Security Plus, it's hard to really kind of figure it out. You probably could figure out the single loss expectancy. But if we're talking about data, let's say data has no monetary value to it. I lost all my slides. How much did that slide cost you? I don't know, maybe 15 minutes worth of work. Do you want to take my hourly wage, divide it by 15 minutes, and then that's how much the single loss expectancy is? So it's just kind of, like I said, it's all murky when it comes to quantitative. But for the exam, I want you to realize that it's not, if we're going to say it's a particular number, it's going to be qualitative. If it's more of a feel of emotions, a lot of factors into it, then it's going to be qualitative. Okay? I know that was a little confusing. Any questions on that? No questions. Lesson 20. Lesson 20. So we're talking about resiliency. Cybersecurity resiliency. Give me 1 second. Let me take a drink real quick. Sorry about that. Okay, lesson 20. Cybersecurity resiliency. In this chapter, we're talking about a lot of redundancy, right? And I don't mean redundancy as we already went over the information, but more of how do we keep the business running? How do we keep that data flowing constantly? And a lot of times you'll see in the chapter, you'll see a lot of cases of having multiple servers put up, load balancing, or just having multiple devices doing the same activities. This is how you're going to really get over your DDoS attacks, your DOS attacks. Anyone attacking one machine, you can let that machine go down. That's fine. But because we have two more machines doing the same thing. To give you an example of that is that if we have, let's go over to, if we go to Azure, And I want to go to show you guys the VMs. So the VMs that I got here, 4 different VMs, right? And let's say on my home lab VM, I have that as being my email server. But the rest of these are also email servers as well. And what they do is that they all work in conjunction to load balance a company with 10,000 users on it. So they're all talking to different servers at different types of times, but they all share the same information. Okay, so if Chris, he decides to turn into a hacker, and he decides to take down, he gets the information on one of my email servers, just one, and he says, you know what, I'm gonna go ahead and we'll take this offline. I'm gonna send a DDoS attack to the home lab 1. Okay, that's fine from a security standpoint. Well, it's not fine, right? I don't want that because that shows that I've been infiltrated and someone got to my internal servers, which is bad. But I've taken that was the risk, right? I know that in order for us to have business, in order for people to have email, I need to have somewhere where a point where someone can reach it from an outside standpoint inside, right? So that was the risk that I knew I had to take. But I mitigated the risk because I put several different servers out there doing the same thing. So Chris can take down the home lab, that's fine. I'm going to write up an incident. I'm going to go ahead and, isolate that machine. But I'm not going to lose out on the people losing emails because I have several other machines up and running. And now all the traffic that was going to home lab is just going to be load balanced between the other 3. Okay? So that's the reason why we want, in that case, we want redundancy. Redundancy is always going to give us another option of actually having business run smoothly without any issues. Now, for that case, we still, like I said, we're still going to do a reason why we were actually infiltrated. And then what else did Chris was he able to move laterally in the network? Was he able to see more sensitive information that he shouldn't have? What did he see on the server that he got on there? Okay, we will ask all these questions. Not saying that we overlook that, but what we don't have to overlook is that, when someone attacks your server, you don't have to worry about losing out on business that day. We may even have to put out a public statement saying that Mitchell Technologies were a victim of email attack on our servers. It's a potential that customers' information was leaked and things of that nature. And it may hurt us in a long term. It may hurt us in a long term, but at least we don't have to stop for that day. So if I only had one email server and Chris goes in and he does a DDoS attack on that one server, I'm done for that day as far as emails. I'm done. I can't do anything. I can't communicate, right? So until I get that server back up and running, I'm pretty much, you can tell people to go home for that day. Log off. We're not doing anything else. Bad business. Security professional, I want you guys to go in there and look at it. If you have any type of just one, what they call a pain point, or this is a the phrase I'm looking for is single point of failure. If you have a single point of failure, then you're exposing yourself to be a victim of a DOS attack, or the dollar service attack. So that redundancy not only goes for servers, data, which I think we'll get into data later on. Yeah. And, but it also, for this slide, goes for power supplies. So power supplies is The real world, this is what you're gonna see. Oops. This is what you're gonna see in the real world. So when I was working for the bank, a particular bank here in Rock Hill, we would have to go out here and put these at the tellers' positions. Sorry, someone said something? Okay. So these ups they have no small batteries in them, and in the body panel here, they have little small batteries, and they keep a charge. And what that does is that whenever we have a bad storm or power goes out to the whole building, then their computers just won't automatically shut down. They will automatically draw the power from this box until power is restored to that building. That way, and you may be thinking, well, in a bank, is that really important? Well, if you're doing a transaction during a storm and it's several thousands of dollars that you're transferring, you don't want the teller's PC to go ahead and shut down mid-transfer. You don't want that, right? So at least you want it to stay up and running in order to finish the transaction, okay? And that's where UPS comes into play. Very good source of energy. I think these things can stay powered for at least 2 days straight. So worst case scenario, you can at least get through the finish of that work day. And then if you have multiple branches that you can tell someone, okay, this branch is shut down for that day, please go over to the next nearest branch to finish any transaction. Okay, this is what we put on the workstation. Do I think you need this at the house? Maybe not. I don't think so. Laptops, and if you have a desktop, then maybe you might want a smaller up that you might want to put it on. Now, don't be confused by surge protector. It has a surge protector built in. Okay, so we're talking about this pack back here. But a lot of times people get confused with surge protector being a battery pack, and that's not the case. This is if it's not heavy, like 50 pounds heavy, or it doesn't have kind of like a panel on it where you can take off and replace the battery, then it's not a UPS, okay? It's just a surge protector, okay? But you can also see that these things are smart too, right? We see the Ethernet cables right here. So what does that mean? It's a Internet of Things. We can potentially put a Ethernet cable in this UPS, and then now we can, from a remote site, we can see if the batteries are still good, if it's plugged up. I doubt if you can see what's plugged up in it, but if it's plugged up and if the batteries are good, okay? They didn't use this all the time with the bank because it opens up another layer of protection that we need to be aware of. So we could just, shut those ports off. We're not using them, shut them off, and then we just make sure, the tellers have their PCs plugged in to this surge protector in the back. Okay, that's your UPS. That's for the workstation. Now, for the routers, right? Because whenever we have a storm or you have a power, let's say if they're doing some construction on the road and they cut a power line to your building, then now, you need your workstations can stay up and running, but the network is going to go down. Well, the network, those routers and things of that such, those routers and switches, they take a lot of more power in order to stay up and then connected. So in order to have the network stay up and to finish, let's say, keeping the scenario of that bank transaction, in order for that transaction to keep going, you need something to keep the network up and running as well, right? And this is where our generators comes into place. These generators are probably going to be sitting outside of a data center, and they need diesel gas to actually keep them running days on end. But they're built there to, I think, last maybe 2 weeks at a time if they're just running constantly. And the only thing you need to do is have the resources of getting diesel fuel to put in and keep those that generator up, to keep the data center up, to keep the network going. Okay, this is the redundancy in the case of the data center. You're probably going to have some type of big generator outside like this, and y'all see the price. It's not a game, so it can get real pricey. Some companies can't afford that, and so what do? Well, as a security professional, you have to find probably a better option for that, or take advantage of putting it on layaway here. But you need to find a better option when it comes to, maybe our company is mid-sized and they can't really swing 20 grand on a generator. And then when you think about the upkeep costs, having those things probably serviced every 2 to 3 years, making sure that they run. Quick fact about that is that when you have things like this outside your data center, you need to have tests that goes on a yearly basis to make sure that you do a test to make sure that it actually works. Because a lot of times it's easy to set this in and then forget it, right, throughout the whole year of working. So you need to have, disaster and recovery tests where we cut the power to the data center and we see if it automatically switches over to the standby generator, which can be, it might not cut over. And if it doesn't cut over, at least in the training, we can go ahead and alleviate the issues that we're having. And then so if it does happen for real, we know that we don't have to worry about that. That's what goes back into due diligence. Doing what you're supposed to do to see, doing what you're supposed to do, doing your homework to make sure that you're doing right by the company or right by your company. But that's the redundancy when it comes to the network. More likely you're going to probably have a big generator out here like that. Matter of fact, let's go back. If you wanted something smaller, you're probably going to be looking at something like this. But, I don't really see people. I can't see that. Maybe they might have one out where you're going to have to go ahead and, pull on it to actually have it generate power. I'm just trying to think on a small scale. Maybe talking about, let's say, like Morris College. What generator would you put out there? You're probably going to have to go with the 16 grand generator, the diesel generator. Or maybe a natural gas generator to keep the network up and running. That might be a more sensible case. The reason why I wouldn't want to see this is because you would have to have someone actually go out there and crank it up like a lawnmower and get it running, and then make sure all the devices are plugged up and actually powered back up, right? So that's why I didn't really like that. But the $2,000 standby generator that maybe you have your local gas company come out there and hook it up through gas, that might be a viable option here. Yeah. So just a couple of options when it comes to power redundancy. Now, the redundancy when it comes to data, I didn't highlight anything here because I was trying to figure out what keywords I wanted to focus in on. But when it comes to data, we want to think about, when we're thinking about redundancy, we're thinking about the cloud. Having our information in the cloud and then available at any time, at any place, right? So going back to our cloud solutions here, these virtual machines could be stationed at, which they're all on the East Coast, but they could be stationed on the West Coast, in India, the country, in Africa, Asia, anywhere in the world, we can put our data, which is great, right? Especially when you're talking about, let's say if you're a worldwide company and people in the UK need to get to your information. Well, you don't want them to travel all the way virtually. You don't want them to travel virtually all the way to the East Coast of America to bring that data across the Atlantic Ocean over to, let's say, Germany, okay? You want to put that data into a Germany location in a data center for Azure. Now, when you're talking about these big cloud companies such as Google, Microsoft, OneDrive, things of that nature, these companies have data centers globally, and they're redundant. They have those data centers redundant to the 10th power. So we're going to look up Google data center. And I think they got one in Charleston. Not too sure. But these data centers are small cities, man. And this is, and we'll get to the data in just a minute, but these are, you know, things that I'm talking about. This is all servers, you know, all connected, all working as one. Your data could be scattered all through these sectors, right? And not only is that one spot of just, you know, servers where he's at, but then you have it sectioned off, and that's an aisle right there that you can walk down. And then you have another sector of servers that just using up could you imagine how much that electric bill has to be, right? It's got to be crazy. But they put it up in these rural areas such as Oklahoma. Like I said, I think they got one in Charleston, the rural part of not Chesterfield County, wherever Charleston, I think it's Chesterfield. Anyway, Charleston, in the rural part of Charleston. I think Google was out there. But to go back to my point of data, the data could be scattered in Oklahoma as well as in Missouri or Virginia. Or if you got it outside the country, India, Germany. What you need to be aware of is what type of jurisdiction that you have your data in. And this goes into the policies, your GDPR, which is a European Union framework that protects people's data from the Europe side versus in America. So they have restrictions and regulations on personal data in Europe that are very different than the United States. And so having their information housed in Oklahoma is a violation of their policies. And so now you can get into a litigation on legal issues just by not reviewing where your data is located at and how your customers are able to get to your data. So if you're going to be spinning up these VMs, it's important to, understand what's going to go onto that server, and then where is it going to be housed at, okay? That's a cool picture. We'll come back to this picture. Actually, I want to see if there's a good picture to show a hot and cool owl. Give me 1 second. I think that'll be it right there. So you could imagine, like I said, the amount of perfect. Actually, I don't like that. These are the centers from an outside standpoint. Look at all the generators that they got here. And we were looking at a small one that was $16,000. You imagine how many, let's say if that was all $16,000 generators just lined up on one side of the data center. And this is in Georgia? Yeah, outside of Atlanta. And this is Oregon. So massive plants. You think about all the servers and networks. When you think about how many people actually use Google and how many people got a Gmail, a YouTube account, YouTube videos, people use Google for business, classroom settings. We're using it for a classroom setting, right? So you just think about where our data could be. It's amazing, really, if you think about it. But let me get back to my hot and cold owl, and we'll come back to that later. We'll go with. So that's when going back to this slide, that's the redundancy we have when it comes to where is our data located, and then how are we putting those replications in different sectors when it comes to
green one, mine. Yeah, the green one's yours. Okay. Everything it do.
Okay. That scared me for a second. All right. Okay. Well, let me speak on the on cloud, the cloud versus on-premise. Having your data on-premise is beneficial, right? You don't have to pay a cloud provider to keep your data, to protect your data. You don't have to worry about them being hacked, and then now your data is a victim by association, right? But keeping it on-premise, meaning keeping it on location. Let's go back to Moore's, and let's use Moore's College as a or we can use Benedict. Let's use Benedict as an example. We can keep our data of all of our students on Benedict's campus, which is fine. The problem is that if Benedict is shut down for any reason, loses power, tornado hits it, someone steals the servers, someone vandalizes the servers, a flood happens, and now the servers are no more serviceable. It causes us to shut down for a particular time in order to figure out the issue and then get back to a working standpoint. Having your data in the cloud gives you kind of like if you're going with a big name company, you've seen how we just seen data centers in Oregon, Atlanta, and I think it was another one. But anyway, yeah, I said Charleston. So 3 different places, 3 different parts of America. With that being said, is that with devices being mobile, such as laptops and tablets, our our teachers at Benedict can always go into a lesson plan. Our students can always log into the LMS, and they can always get back to a central point. The only thing they need is a device to do that, whether that be a phone or a tablet or a laptop. If we could just point them to the same software, then the cloud can provide these services there in order for the essential part of the business, which in this case is the students learning a lesson. The cloud can always provide that. On premise is kind of the old way of doing things. Back in the day, your teachers would have lesson plans, books, worksheets, all these physical assets that make up a class on the campus. So if the campus shut down, then essentially the business did not run, okay? Because students didn't learn anything because there was no centralized spot to go to. The cloud eliminates that, and it opens the world up. Now, it's not all good. Like I've been saying earlier in this lecture, is that when you use a cloud provider, you are in risk of now you're letting someone else hold your data. It could be sensitive. It could be detrimental to the business. So say if we go with we can't afford Google, but we can afford Apple. So Apple's pretty big. We can use a Dropbox. Dropbox is not as big as Google. And let's say Dropbox, while they hold our data, they get compromised. They're hacked. If that's the case, then now we run a risk of students' information getting out because we went with a smaller cloud provider. So it's not necessarily a great thing to go to the cloud. Everybody has access to. Let's go back to our pictures real quick. Let me put an emphasis on that. So like these servers that she's working on, everybody you don't know who has access to those servers. Yes, we're all in a virtual standpoint, right? In a virtual machine, right? But we have no idea who we're sharing. We're putting our data in a certain sector of that hard drive. Well, so is the hacker on the same server. It could be that, right? I'm speaking hypothetically, but it could be the same server. And so the hacker may have skills to do what they call a sprawl, and they be able to get out of the virtual standpoint and now be on the local server and see everyone's information that's on that server. That's a possibility. So if that's the possibility, do we want to run the risk of putting our information on the cloud? Then it goes back to our risk management, right? Our risk management says, well, if we keep things on premise, there's a greater chance that we might have a snow day here in South Carolina because we've been getting those every year now. It may be a snow day that comes and it shuts us down versus if we have a snow day, we could just go to the cloud and we'll take the risk of someone not being able to perform a sprawl, and we can always have our students go to the cloud and do today's lesson whenever that snow day is going to happen. So you do this risk management and you weigh the options out. Okay, so that's the wonderful thing about risk management. When it comes down to the decision making and how the business is going to move forward, the C-level individuals should always go and talk to their security professional because they should be able to reach out to you and say, this is what we're thinking about doing. What are the vulnerabilities that we face? What are the risk factors? Should we, in your professional opinion, should we embark on this risk? Is it, and I want to take that back. They shouldn't ask you if they should embark on it. They should ask you, what are the vulnerabilities? What are the threats? give me a risk analysis on it. They will make the decision if the risk is tolerable for them, and that they're willing to take on that risk. Okay, that's when you get into the risk appetite, but that's out of the scope of this course. Okay. Okay. So on premise, like I said, keeping it on base or wherever you're at in that building. Maybe you might even have it in 2 different buildings, right? But more likely you're talking about money at that point in time, because if you have servers in one building and then you have servers in another building that's adjacent. I know in let's say in Benedict you have it in 2 different buildings, a business administration building, and then you got a backup server in the library. It's still within the same premise, right? It's on the same campus. But once you want to move things across town, maybe across the state line, then you're talking about a cloud solution, right? Because that's only what the cloud is. The cloud is just another data center too far away from you to actually travel to, right? So that goes into that. Moving on. Snapshots. So with these VMs, redundancy-wise, you could take snapshots of your VMs. And so if someone attacks your VM, that particular server, you can go ahead and rewind it back to a point in time where before the actual attack happened. A lot of times in the versions of Windows, I want to say Windows 7, that was a popular option where you can rewind the state of the OS, and it erases everything that you've done to a particular point in time, and then starts off from that standpoint. But in virtual machines, this is very important when it comes to if you're going to have a lot of people use your machine, but they don't need to save anything. Maybe they just need to use the machine for web browsing. Then you could set a snapshot up to restart back at the beginning spot at 2 a.m. every morning. It starts back at a particular spot. So let me see if I can show you that real quick. If not, I can show you on my regular PC what I mean. So that capture is similar to what I'm talking about. But it should say snapshot. So, all right, let's go. Okay, let's go into disaster recovery. Not what I wanted. All right, no biggie. It may be never mind. I'm not even going to look. Okay. That's not what I want. Yeah, let's go to system config. So I'm gonna try to look up it up on my local machine, and can't find it here either. Not what I want. Is it reset? So reset. Reset is probably the closest thing that I'm gonna get to it. Yeah. Okay. Verbiage try to guess. So snapshots, yes. Okay. So snapshot takes you back to a particular point, but since I can't show you the actual snapshot in the virtual setting, virtual machine setting, I'm gonna show you how we do it on a regular PC. Because this is kind of the closest thing that you're gonna get on your local PC to a snapshot. You can reset your PC, and what that does is it basically is strip the profile that's on it, and everything that you've done on that profile is deleted. Now, to get a little bit to talk a little bit more about deleted, it doesn't wipe it from your hard drive. Okay. Earlier in this lecture, I said you could get software that writes ones and zeros over your hard drive to completely wipe it. Resetting the PC does not do that. Okay. So if you have ever reset a PC thinking that your personal information was gone, it's probably recoverable if you have the right software. I doubt if the person that may have the computer now have that software. I would doubt, but resetting the PC sets it back to a certain snapshot, a certain particular time in that computer, and it basically goes back to just the first time that you took it out of the box, and now you're using that PC for the first time, right? But what it does, when I say deletes your profile, it allows something else to be written over your profile, and that kind of goes into the software that writes over it and wipes it clean. But when you're deleting it, it waits until it has something else to put over it, okay? So residue of your personal information is still there, but it's just waiting for something else to rewrite over it, okay? If that makes sense. And resetting your PC is something that you could do to experience the snapshot. You reset it, takes maybe about 20 minutes to actually reset a PC, and this is a good way of cleaning out old updates that you may have, or old downloads that you may have just sitting on the PC, slowing it down. A lot of times, whenever someone asks me to clear up their PC or get it back to a speedy type of PC, I'm probably going to run a reset on it, just to kind of take it back to a particular point in time of that OS, and then have them start from there. So on Windows 11, you're probably going to just type into your start menu, reset. It's going to bring you here. I'm not going to hit that now because that'll cut our session. Right? Any questions about lesson 20? All right. No questions. You want to take a 10-minute break? 10-minute break, put a thumbs up in the chat or a hand.
Sounds good to me.
Yep. So we'll be back at 10:48.
Okay.
With the last lesson in this is there, which is physical security. So we went over a good bit of this physical security while we did the in-person class, but I do want to point out some things that you're for sure going to see on the test. And I think it's good conversation too, because we overlook it. We think cybersecurity is such a digital profession. You know, things of firewalls and configurations and logins, but nothing beats, you know, good old fashioned stuff. And you know, a hacker doesn't necessarily have to know anything about the firewalls if he could just take the firewall in the server, or just take the server out of the physical building. So let's go into this. We only got 3 slides, but I do want to talk about physical security for a second. So mainly what you want to know for the exam is that they're going to ask you about these barricades. How do you keep people at a perimeter of the building that you're operating out of? Oh, before I jump into that, going back to snapshots, real quick. Snapshots, I found it here in my VirtualBox. So what I did is, so VirtualBox is kind of like the Azure that I've been showing you, but it's something that you download locally on your PC, and then we can run virtual machines off your local PC. But Azure is just in the cloud. So if you go to once you have your VM built, you can go over here to the little ellipses over here to the right of it, and you can see snapshots. Now, you go to snapshots, and what that does is that at this current state of where I have my server, whatever configurations that I have placed on it, whatever applications that I have on it, it takes a snapshot of it, and I'm able to always point back at it whenever I want to. Okay, so now I can let anybody go into the server, make any kind of changes that they want, and break it for all I care. And then I can always go back to my snapshots, and then I can just apply the snapshot. So I can just go back in and hit start on my snapshot, and it goes back to the original state of the snapshot, wherever it was taken at. Not the changes that you made, not the breaking it. It doesn't start there. It starts it back at the snapshot. Okay, so it bothered me a little bit. I had to find that, so I'm glad I found that and showed that to you guys. So that's snapshot. Now going back to our fence, they're going to ask you about fencing, the fence and the ballards, and then lighting that you have around your fence. They want you to realize what type of environment that you're working in. Is the building set off the road to where it's kind of like at night, it's dark and no one can really see in it or see around it? Is the parking lot poorly lit? Is it capable for people to go in and be unseen, even if you have cameras up, because you just can't really see? So do we need to put up a fence, a better fence? Maybe the fence is, you're able to crawl under it. Maybe you can go over it. Do we need to put barbed wire on the top of the fence? A lot of corporate organizations will probably steer away from barbed wire on the top, but maybe you may be working for a government contractor that builds top secret weapons for the government. Then yeah, you probably want to go those measures. So it's all relative to what type of organization that you're working with, on the severity of how do we take, how far are we going to take it with the fence and the barricades that we have out in the perimeter of the building? Do we have armed guards at the entryway of the gate? Is there a one-way in, one-way out? Do we have cameras at the entry point? Do we have cameras in the parking lot? Things of that nature. All these things falls into physical security, What type of guns do the armed security is going to have? Is it going to be a 9mm handgun, or is it going to be some type of automatic rifle? All goes into what type of business are we working at. So let's give an example. If we're high security, lockdown type of business, then we're probably going to go with a high powered rifle in the beginning stages of coming in, but we also probably going to have a entry gate, some type of entry gate to let you in, some type of ID badge to let you in, but we also going to have a process to check in visitors too, right? So a lot of times if you try to go onto any military base, you'll see armed guards before you get to any type of building on the base, and then they want to check ID cards. If you're a civilian, they want to check your driver license, but if you are children, then they probably want to see some type of ID, school ID, and some type of association to that person. And if you're a civilian, they're probably going to have you get out of the car and sign some type of paperwork showing that you have business on the base, okay? So that's kind of high security, taking a lot of measures just to get you through the physical security entryway first. Let's say if you're working at a Fortune 500 company, we probably just want a security guard out there. Probably not going to give them a weapon at all, but we're going to have a log sheet for visitors. So maybe I'm looking for a parking badge on the car. If I don't see them, I'll pull them off to the side, have them check in, sign in, check in, who are you going to see, and keep a record of it that way, okay? And it can vary from how, and these are also decisions that the C-level board members are going to probably make. How far do we want to go with the security at the physical entryway? You don't want to go into a school campus and you see armed, individuals with bulletproof vests on, with helmets and an automatic weapon. And do you want your child to actually go there? Probably the answer is probably going to be no. Okay? But all of those things play a part on the physical entry because, like I said, it doesn't matter if you don't know how to hack into particular networks or servers or get behind firewalls or DMZs. All that doesn't matter if I could just take the server away from you. Because even if I can't break into the server once I physically have it, I still took the server. I can always take it to somebody who can, right? I can always take the hard drive out and it's probably a quick Facebook search and find someone who could probably get into it. So it's very vital that you protect the physical devices. So if we're talking about servers, are they going to be behind a locked door? Remember in the Wiley K Foundation, they had it in the network closet, but the network closet was unlocked, so we can all easily go in and take the devices from there. Do they have a sign-in sheet of people who can go into the network closet and do maintenance on those servers? Someone may come in social engineering having a CDW. CDW is a IT company that does services for some companies, and sometimes they may send individuals out to actually perform physical maintenance on your servers. So somebody could easily buy a shirt off of eBay and then show up at the place of business and be able to maybe plug in a keylogger or just take the whole server and say, the lie would be, I need to perform some maintenance at the office. I'll bring this back. Okay, so we want to make sure that we have logs there to know who's going into our network closet. If all possible, maybe have someone monitor all visitors coming onto the place of business, seeing if they're doing what they came to do, until they or follow them until they meet the personnel that they need to meet, and that person can vouch for them. So all of these things play a part in the physical security aspect of cybersecurity. Now in the data center, you have these things called hot and cold aisles. Now, what does this have to do with physical security? Well, this is the physical protection of the actual server. In these data centers, you can imagine, when I show those pictures, you can imagine all of those PCs get hot especially when they're processing at high speed and constantly around the clock. So you can imagine the electrical bill as far as the air conditioning to be astronomical. Well, if they get so hot, then they can easily overheat and shut down, which creates a denial of service on yourself, right? So what you want to do when setting up a data center, if you're ever put in a situation where you're working with a company and they're putting up a data center on premise, they're going to do this with their own money, then you need to make sure that you put in a hot and cold aisle type of setup. And this diagram shows exactly what I mean by hot and cold. So the front of the servers is where the little guy is at, and he's plugged into a server. That's the front. This is more likely where your air conditioner vent is going to be here. It's going to blow out cool air on this side, right? And that intake is going to be able to keep the front of the servers cold. But the exhaust of those servers is going to blow out on the back end, right? So, sorry, I moved the picture. So on that back end, the hot air from the servers been running all day is going to move on the back side of this aisle. So this aisle is called hot because on this middle aisle is also going to have the back end of these servers, okay? So just on the other side will be the front side, as you can see right here. So this cold aisle is here. So that air conditioner vent needs to be here. And then the back, it pretty much becomes a redundancy throughout, or however big the data center is. But you want to make sure that the back of each servers are facing each other, creating an aisle of hot air to go out. And we want to make sure what you didn't probably pay attention to is how it's raised up. You want the floor to be raised up as well in order for the cold air to come up, the cold vent to come up and be able to cool off the servers, but you want that high air, which is going to rise, to come to go up into the vents at the top. So let me take that back on when I said that vent is coming down. The vent will be coming up from the floor, okay? And then the hot air will go up into the vents and then leave the building that way, okay? This keeps a cool, when you walk into a data center, it should be not terribly cold like a freezer, but for me, I gotta carry a jacket every time I go in there because it's cold. It's just gonna be cold enough to where the servers are constantly running at an optimal speed. This also creates condensation, but it keeps down on condensation. That could, you get so much heat going on to where it creates a water substance. And so you don't have to worry about that being around so much electronics, okay? So having this type of setup in a data center is ideal. I think I did pull up a better diagram. So you can see the back end of these servers are all facing one way, and you can see the vent is catching that and taking it outside of the building. the cold air is going to come from the bottom and go up into the front side, cooling off those servers. In the real world, you're probably looking at something like this, right? And so that's, you're talking millions of dollars to set it up similar to like this. And this is where on-premise and then data centers in the cloud come into factors. Because you can imagine this costing, if not $100 million to set up and then to maintain. And you're talking about cost of running these servers around the clock versus paying a fee in the cloud, and then now you don't even have to worry about the infrastructure here. And just a little nugget, let's say if one of the servers do go down and we need to replace it, then we need to actually go in here, unscrew it, unplug it from the network, and then put in an order with Dell or Lenovo or whoever's selling that type of server, wait for the postal office to bring it to our facility, and then we need to put an image on it, put it with the configuration, and then take it back to the data center, put it in place. That can take up to 2 weeks worth of downtime that we have our server down. But in the cloud, we can easily spin up a server in a matter of minutes. You all have done it. So, you know, it has the benefits of saving so much time that I think it's inevitable that people will try to stay away from the cloud. And I think as the cloud solutions become better with keeping people's data, that you probably would just, you know, it would just behoove you to have some type of cloud instance in your business. So that's the hot and cold hours. Finally, we're going to talk about fire detection and suppression. You would think that we wouldn't talk about this, but when you think about it, let's go back to our picture here with these data centers. If we have a fire system or fire suppression in our data center, you want to think about the water that we have for a fire if it does break out. And I say the water because there's other things that we can use in order to put out a fire. But they all come with their certain particular risks, right? So water will eventually put out an electrical fire. Well, it's not great for an electrical fire, that's one. Plus, it's going to be going on our servers, so we potentially lose all of our data by putting water onto a server, okay? The other way we can actually do it is having gas go in to take away, I think, the oxygen out of the room, which immediately kills the fire. That's cool, but let's say if we have somebody in the server room while the fire breaks out and the gas comes on, now we kill the person as well as the fire. A risk that we kind of want to weigh out, right? So to give a real life scenario, when I was working at a bank in Lancaster, they had their data center on campus and they had that gas treatment. In the data center was right outside of the IT department, okay? So it was basically in the same room as the IT department. I wasn't in there. I was going out to the different branches, but whenever we have a department meeting, we would meet in the same room with the servers. I felt apprehensive because if a fire broke out, it kills it lets out the gas that kills the oxygen, but it was no guarantee that someone was going to be in there at that point in time. And I thought it was just a bad judgment to not go with a water solution versus a gas solution, and someone would be willing to take the risk of killing someone to save the data. I thought that was crazy, but I think they wanted to be high speed when it came to the cutting edge technology and say, oh look, we ain't got to damage the PCs. We can just kill the fire, and it kills the fire instantly, right? But you also can't, like, I just didn't understand putting someone's life at danger in order to save data when you could just easily put the data in the cloud and throw the water on the doggone server. But I'm getting off onto a little rant, and that teed me off. I was just thinking about it again. It just didn't seem right to me. It didn't sit right with me. But anyway, fire suppression, you want to make sure that as a professional, security professional, you wanna always take human life first. Save the human life first. So if that means putting some water on some PCs to put out the fire, put the water on the PC. But if you can have some type of, if you know that people are not going to be in that area often, then maybe consider the gas option. Maybe consider. But I would also probably maybe if you're going to go with the gas solution to put out a fire, maybe have some type of delay. So maybe it has an alarm and it goes off in a matter of 30 seconds, 40 seconds for everybody to get out of the data center immediately before it goes off. Maybe even 5 minutes at the most, right? What can you lose? And if you're doing your due diligence, you already got a backup system, so you have backups going somewhere else. Maybe 5 minutes before the actual gas kicks in and then sprays inside. So at least that gives that person enough time to gather their things and leave the facility before the gas is put into that building. Okay, so what you want to know as far as fire extinguishers for the exam, that a Class C is going to be used for electrical fires. You want to make sure that you have these in places where electrical fires could possibly break out. You're probably going to see that on the exam. And just keep in mind that saving a human life is always the number one factor, and then everything else could be second. Okay? Any questions on the physical security part? Yes, Chris.
I have a question, not so much on the physical security part, but snapshot. I noticed on Azure, when you was looking for that, is capture the same thing as snapshot? It says image whenever you highlight it. Is that the same thing?
I was thinking that it was, but I was thinking more of the capture is probably a literal capture of it, kind of like taking a screenshot of the configuration.
Oh, okay.
That's what I was thinking, but it may be a snapshot. I'm not gonna say that it's not. Where is it? Give me 1 second.
Okay.
So we can look into it. And what Chris is referring to, when you click on your VM, you see this capture up here, the image, and so I take that back. It's not a screenshot of the configuration. What this is going to do is create an image of the configurations that you already built. So what that means is that, okay, it's best to give a real life scenario. Is that, let's say if I built this test lab and I wanted to give everybody this test lab with the configurations, with the same software on it, and the particular software configurations, so you can go in and make the changes and learn a lesson, right? Well, and instead of just giving you access to this particular server, I can do a capture, and this creates an image for me to build another one, another duplicate, so to say, of the same configuration, software, everything that I had on that master VM, and then I can give you a copy of it. Okay. So while it's sort of what I'm saying with the snapshot is going to not make a whole nother VM. It's going to be the same VM, but at a certain particular time, I can always rewind back to a particular time that I took the snapshot. So open my virtual box one more time. So in VirtualBox, I took a snapshot of it, and it's at the current state. So now, let's say if I go and I power up this 2019 server, and then I put a malware on it, and I can't get it off, right? And it's just messing up everything that I got. I can power down the machine, and then I can go over here to my snapshot, and I say go back to this snapshot that I took at 10:51 this morning. And what that does is that it forgets everything that happened after that time, and it removes the malware, and then I start off with with a rewind, quote unquote, a rewind state of an OS. So I don't have the virus on there anymore because it goes back to this original state. It forgets everything that happened after that fact, okay? So that's what a snapshot does. And it's the same machine, whereas the capture, it goes off and makes a whole nother machine based off of what we had already set the configurations on. That make sense?
Yes, sir. Let's see. I was playing around with Azure. I think I figured out how to do it.
On the VM?
Yes.
Oracle? Virtual?
I might play around with it. I found out how to do it. It gave me the instructions to how to do a snapshot in Azure. I just need to play around with it first. See if I'm doing the correct thing.
I think whenever you create one off the rip, I think it does ask for a snapshot piece. Here in the monitor management.
So you can select an existing. Let's try this. Is this one?
I know.
I might play around with this. Yeah, you're supposed to go into the Azure portal, create a resource, search for and select snapshot. The snapshot window appears, click create. And then the create snapshot windows appear in the basic tab, do the following. So yeah, it's a whole list of instructions that you got to go through and how to do it. It's not straightforward like it is on the Oracle VM. So this is something that I probably have to play around with today to see if it gives you the same It works the same way as the Oracle VM.
Okay. I know it. So, but yeah, much more easier than VirtualBox.
Yeah. Yeah. This is a lot. Okay.
And you know what? It's probably because of the cloud standpoint. You know, having this a snapshot is basically taking a sliver of that server and setting it aside as a rewind point. And to do that in the cloud, I would imagine that would probably accrue some more money because you're basically creating another machine on standby.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yes,
So
sir.
maybe that's why it's not necessarily a button that they have. It's just say, hey, you just do it right over here.
Okay. Yeah.
I know I've seen it.
Yeah. Go click on create a resource, and then in the search, I typed in snapshot, and it popped up for me. Yeah, and then create at the bottom.
I don't think this is what I want.
Yeah, see,
and the reason
that's what I got.
This seems like a whole service.
Okay.
Could be busy, back in log, can't be resized, can't be attached to the VM dispatcher with size. I don't think this is what I want.
Okay.
Only because the snapshot that I was thinking of should just be just for this particular VM.
Yes, sir.
And I want I'm pretty sure I can look it up to see.
I got one more question to ask you.
I'm thinking it's probably in the disaster recovery.
Okay.
Where we set you can't replicate your virtual machine to another Azure region for business continuity and disaster recovery needs. I wonder if I got to be a part of a certain plan and pay for that. But you got another question?
Yes, sir. Can you tell me, I was trying to look it up, but I don't think I got a clear definition between the differences between air gapping and sandboxing. They seem similar in nature, but I don't know what the differences would be.
The air gapping?
Yes, sir. Only reason why I learned the term, I was watching
I think I only seen air gapping a couple of times, but I definitely know what sandboxing is.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Network security measure and employ to ensure that secure network is physically isolated. So this seems like they're the same thing. All right.
Yes, that's what I was wondering.
So sandboxing is isolation, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what that means is to basically put your machine within a subnet, okay? And that subnet is not going to be contacted by anybody outside of that network. So in networking, you got a network ID, which is the first 3 octets. You see that on my screen?
Yes, sir.
So I'm over here with the public IP address. You can see my mouse. And I highlighted 172.190.113. That's the network ID.
Okay.
And then, you know, let's say if I put 56, you got 56 different users on your network. So dot 1 through 56 people have different IP addresses. What'll happen is that when I isolate, when I sandbox, and when I air gap someone, I'm going to put them on a 172.190.112 network, okay? And I'm going to use that subnet to get to, you know, to be able to connect to them only between a particular device that I trust. But basically, I segmented them from the network. So if someone's on that particular PC, they can't jump from one PC to another PC on that network. Okay. When I isolate it, that's the only thing I'm doing. I'm gonna use the software. Let's say if we're working day to day, and someone says, "Hey, my computer's acting weird. I think some viruses on it. I need to have someone look at it." What you're gonna do is you're gonna come to something like Azure and find out their computer name, come in here, and then we're gonna change this public IP address or change that private IP address, whatever the case may be. Change it and set them into that subnet. Now they're able to be connected. They can't get to the internet, right? They can't do any browsing. They can't send any emails. But you're able to take your remote tool now, like let's say Team Viewer, and now you can use your Team Viewer to go and remote into that PC and then see what's going on with it. But you isolated it from everybody else that's on the network.
Okay. All right. Appreciate it.
It'll be even better if it was in a cloud environment, because now we could do this all from the cloud. But if you're talking about physical, you know, we built the image we imaged it at a particular branch, and then now we have them on the 3rd floor, and we're on the 1st floor. You could just isolate them and then walk up to them and then see what's going on physically. Back in the day, we would tell people to sandbox them. We will tell them to unplug from the network, you know, get off the network, unplug from Wi-Fi, turn off your Bluetooth, and then unplug Ethernet if you're connected. We'll go up to the PC, take it back to a particular station that is subnetted away from the network, and then plug it in order to, you know, log into it that way. But nowadays, you can just change the IP address.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
No problem. Any other questions? Well, that's all of the lessons that's all the lessons that you will need in order to successfully pass.
No caller.
I'm pretty sure there's some questions. You still kind of, I don't know if you feel more comfortable with cybersecurity, but these are all the things that we went over in over these past weeks and months now, will get you prepared for a career in cybersecurity. I promise you. It's either going to fall in some of these lessons, if not all of these lessons. It's just, you have to look at it from the standpoint of the business. And what is the business doing? Okay. and that'll set you up for success. Other than that, these are all the lessons that you need to know in order to pass the Security Plus. And so now I think we will move forward with actually testing, getting prepared for the test. With that, Dr. McBride, I'll send it back over to you.
Okay, Mr. Mitchell, I just want to show my appreciation for such well execution of lessons. 21 lessons, wow. And these lessons, the recordings will be made available to us in the Google Classroom, so you can go back and review, kind of like look at what you're a little leery about, and make sure you learn it. And the other thing is, as Ms. Mitchell says, that we will be engaged in a series of testing. And there is a test on the last portions, and I'll get that hopefully to you by Tuesday. And it'll come with a study guide. I encourage you to do the study guide first, and then do the test, okay? So with that being said, it has been a wonderful journey. I hope you have learned. I'm sure you've learned. And so now it's application time. As I said, that we will be engaging you in some testing, and whereas you will kind of like sit as if you're actually taking the certification exam. And I feel really strongly about.
So whenever I start teaching cybersecurity, integrity versus or that we will do a lot or not be every position that I've seen. Hey, good morning. Somebody do me a favor and unmute yourself and just let me know if you can see the slide. Just kind of say yes or no, or
Yes.
somebody say yes. Can y'all see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, appreciate it. All right, tools in security, cybersecurity. These are some of the tools that I actually use on a day-to-day basis. Um, I think that if you don't have any kind of experience in cybersecurity and you would like to get into the field, going on to some of these websites, downloading the tools, playing around with them, seeing how they work, will give you good experience to put on your resume. As in, you can make a certain section on your resume to say, "Hey, I have experience in this tool. This tool does this, this, and this, and I know how to use that fluently." So I think it'll show employers, that you have moved forward as far as finding certain tools that work in the security realm, and it'll kind of give you that experience without being employed by someone. So the first one I'm going to go over is Virus Total, and Virus Total is basically a website that we use in order to see if any kind of files are malicious. Um, Without scanning using a antivirus scanner to figure out if that file is actually malicious. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and go to, I'm not going to copy the link. I'm going to show you guys how I do this so you can do it the same way. So let's go here. If I can pull up a Chrome window. All right. So Virus Total. Come in here and type in your Google search, and you'll more likely going to be the first search that pops up here. And this is Virus Total, right? So what I can do is I can either put a file in there and have it scanned, or I can use a URL file and see if a certain URL is actually vulnerable, or see if it's clean. So this is my own website, metrotech.org. And as you can see, what it does is it checks against all these different platforms here. So each one of these are different companies that certain businesses they may use or they may not use, right? But the good thing about Virus Total is that they can use um, the the databases from all of these different companies to determine if one of these certain companies determine that website to be malicious, or is there some type of file or link that's on there that could be linked to ransomware. But if you don't see anything, then you can see that this pretty much is a clean site, and you can go about using that site without having any kind of fear, right? So let's do Morris.edu. See what Morris contract. So for the most part, Morris is clean. Well, as far as the email, I mean the edu, the main site is concerned. Um, but that's the gist of Virus Total. Now, like I said, we can also do local files. So let's go to my desktop here, and let's pick what is that? Nah. Let's go to my vaccination card. Yeah, give me that. So the back card. All right. So go back to virus total, choose file. It's on my desktop. And I want to take my VAC card that I got labeled here. And what it does, it is uploaded to Virus Total's website. And now I can actually confirm that, upload it. And once it's uploaded, now it can scan to see if there's any kind of maybe links that we don't see on the front end. Maybe it's maybe it's a malicious file that someone has put embedded some malicious software to watch your activities in the background. But Virus Total will sit there and watch and go through the details of that file, and then compare it against all these different companies to make sure that there's no type of malicious malware stuck inside that file. Okay, so this is really cool when it comes to not actually scanning the whole PC when it comes to your virus antivirus protection. So your BitTorrent, not BitTorrent, but your Microsoft Defender, or you may have AVG. Without scanning the whole PC, if you just want to scan one particular file, you can come up here to Virus Total and use their website to do so. So like I said, and then what we could do is we can, oh, they, well, I thought you could print it out as a PDF. But if you were able to get a job and they have some type of suspicion about a file, or they're not sure if they should click something, then you can go and take that file and then drop it in the Virus Total, scan it, and then see if there's any type of detection that comes back. If you do see any kind of detection, then you want to make sure that you stay clear of that. Okay. Now, going back over into the details, we see that it took a SHA hash of it to make sure that it was, you know, not comparable to any other hashes that's out there. Remember, a hash is a good way to have the integrity of a file. So it takes a file hash of the actual file that I uploaded, and then now it compares that hash against any kind of other databases that has malicious hashes. Okay, so it's kind of like comparing a malicious fingerprint to another regular fingerprint that you may have or you have uploaded. Okay, so cool tool. I think you should always keep this in your arsenal. This in case, just in case your company that you're hired with does not use Virus Total, it doesn't mean that you can't bring it into play whenever you get in a certain ticket and someone's feeling uneasy about a certain website or a file. You can always come to this free tool and then plug in website file or a hash. You could plug in a whole application if you wanted to. So if you got an executable, you can go ahead and upload that file in there, and then do the run your scan on it the same way. Okay, so that's Virus Total. Another one that we use in my everyday tasks is Zscaler. Zscaler actually, we use it for monitoring web traffic. So monitoring what our users are going, what websites they're going to, what are they clicking on. We use Zscaler to actually watch that type of traffic. So a lot of times I told you guys that you can watch the traffic on Wireshark, but Zscaler kind of gives you a better, instead of watching all of uh, the packets go back and forth. Zscaler gives it a more easier interface to look at and understand what's going on. So here, they have given us a link here called Test My Defenses. I'm going to copy that. I'm going to throw that into here. Let's check this out. This is also free to use. Now, the software that I use at work is different than what I'm going to show you guys here, but I wanted to show you what Zscaler actually offers for a kind of like a free trial, just to show you how their products work. And this is a good way to, again, if you're filling out your resume, you could say, hey, I'm familiar with the type of tools that Zscaler has put out there for free, such as ransomware risk assessment and this internet threat exposure analysis. Okay, so we'll go through each one of these, and what I'll do is I'll just go ahead and test the defenses, and I'm gonna test my stack, and both of these gonna come back showing that I'm vulnerable and all jacked up. Just that's because I'm on my home network and I'm not really protected the way you would be if you're on at a business. Okay, so at a business you may have firewalls, proxy servers there, a lot of devices there to actually shift and reroute your traffic as you're going back and forth to different types of sites. Give me 1 second. Okay. And whereas when you're on your home network is pretty much you're routed to your router and then it goes out to the internet. So a lot of times you could be exposed to a lot of things that um, could be malicious, right? So Zscaler is going to pretty much run a ransomware risk assessment on my PC to see if I'm actually exposed to any type of attacks, and it's going to show that I am. It's going to show that I you could do lateral movement, which is true, because lateral movement means can you see other devices on your network, which in your home you do want to see other things that's in your network, right? You want to be able to see the actual TV that may be on your network, your cell phones that may be on the network, as well as all the PCs that's hooked up to your network. So having that lateral movement is something that you want. It also showed me that I have a data loss frustration. So what that means is that uh, I'm able to send out sensitive information from my home network, but we want to do that, right? I want to do that because if I need to send important information from my PC out to my employer, I don't need anything blocking that. Okay. So, uh, but if you were doing a risk assessment for a small company, let's say for a gym or a church or something like that, then you could take this tool and run it on their particular network, and then that can show you where you need to actually put in defenses in order to stop certain movement. Because sometimes we don't want our employers or our customers to actually um, have that type of movement and be able to send out information without it being scanned first, okay? Because it could be detrimental to the business. Okay, so I went in and I put in my information so they can send me some emails about how jacked up my machine is. But for the most part, I wanted to expand this and show you guys, this report will be lovely for someone of um, for a CEO or a IT director to actually take a look at and say, hey, these are the things that I probably need to look into, and then see if I could put in some type of fix for them. So the next time we'll have a actual scan on our network that we won't have to, deal with this type of these type of vulnerabilities. So this is how I want you guys to kind of look at it, is that all of these vulnerabilities right here are on my machine. I'm susceptible to all of these things. And if I wanted to um, mitigate or actually eliminate some of these vulnerabilities, I will need to actually drop it down and then figure out what are my options do I have in order to mitigate that vulnerability. Okay, but keep in mind, as security professionals, it's not your job to eliminate the actual risk. It's not your job to actually stop all of these things from happening. You may need them to happen in order for the business to run. But as a security professional, it's your job to let the client know that they are um, exposed to certain vulnerabilities. And if they want to accept that risk, then we accept that and keep that moving. So it's kind of like you're letting people know what dangers may lie ahead, and it's on them if they want to accept those things and move forward. But it's not your job to actually eliminate all this stuff. Okay, so that was the first scan. Test my defenses. Well, I'm sorry. The second scan was test the risk posture. I don't think that this is going to. Hold on, get out of here. This is not going to show too much of a difference than my first scan of showing that I was all messed up, because it's a home computer. I want it to be open to everything as much as possible. But in a business standpoint, I do not want certain certain capabilities to be on my PCs. I want to shut some of this stuff down. Okay. So you can use a tool like this in a real workforce to kind of say, hey, I want to bring these things up to I want to bring these things up so we can actually train our users and not to download a executable like you see right here, a executable file, and then run it without letting IT know about it, especially if they're able to download a malicious exe. Okay. Um, so as you can see here, it ran an assessment on it, and it showed, like I said, I didn't pass anything. My PC is open to any and everything, and I want it that way. I want to be able to um, go out here and do my daily tasks. Now, should I do anything? Should I do anything that's sensitive on my PC? Right, since I'm open to so many vulnerabilities. Well, I use good judgment. So if I wanted to go to Amazon and purchase some things in my cart here, I want to make sure that I see this little gray lock here, right? So that way I'm seeing that my information is encrypted and that I can actually put my credit card number in without having feeling like I'm open to a lot of anyone looking at my traffic. But outside of that, if it doesn't have anything that's showing that HTTPS, like here, right? So if you look up here, you'll see securitypreview.zscaler.com. Well, it doesn't have a secure certificate here. So now I would say if I needed to put any information into this site that doesn't have a lock up here, then someone could look at my information and see it. Okay. So you want to use good judgment. Is my PC exposed to the internet and exposed to attacks? Yes, it is. Uh, does that stop me from making purchases on the internet? It should not. But I have to be aware of where I can make my purchases at. Okay. So that's Zscaler. Um, Other cloud solutions that we use different solutions such as Dropbox, OneDrive, and Google Drive. Um, Now, all of these are pretty much storage bins where, and I think I showed you Google Drive last time, where when we were talking about backing up our mobile phones, these are all places where you can go and open up an account and they give you some storage in order to put files, pictures, movies, wherever into that storage bin online in the cloud, right? This is what 9 times out of 10 when you hear people saying we're using the cloud, this is probably what they're referring to, is that they're using someone else's um, servers to store files on, and then now it becomes available anywhere in the world because they give you a link or they give you some type of internet address in order to get to that file that you saved onto their servers. That's a good thing, right? It makes it available at any time, anywhere. Long as the internet is available, it's available. The problem with that is that once you're done with that service, is your data really erased or deleted from their servers? And my answer to that would be no. Um, it will be going into the privacy laws of how long they actually need to keep certain information. So once you put once you upload that file to that server on Dropbox or Google Drive, it may need to stay there for the next, let's say, 5 to 7 years before it's actually scrubbed from their hard drive. So, with that being said, be mindful of what you upload to the cloud. And then, if you're okay with it actually being out there, go ahead and use the services. But if it doesn't need to be out there, be mindful what you put out there, because while you thinking that, hey, delete this file, is gone from your presence, but in the back end on Dropbox, they actually see that information, and they probably, let's say if they get compromised 2 years after you quit your services there, then your information may be compromised because they still needed to have it for so many years after the fact. Okay. So just keep those things in mind when it comes to uploading files and information to the cloud. I would just be wary of not uploading your most sensitive documents. If you want to upload and back up those type of things, buy your hard drive, thumb drive that you could just plug in and keep on hand, and just kind of keep those things with you. That's the best way that I could say to back up your information. Maybe get two hard drives, if you really want that information, and just back them up on both those hard drives and keep them in safe spaces. Moving on to other cloud solutions such as AWS and Microsoft Azure. Let's go ahead and go back here. We're going to go to AWS. And we're going to go to Microsoft Azure. Now, AWS and Microsoft Azure are kind of like these one-stop shops when it comes to cloud apps. So you could do anything and everything from these two different platforms. So we didn't get too much into cloud platforms in this course, but when we're talking about actually building a business from the ground up and it all being remotely accessible and having applications built, being able to talk to other applications, being able to um, basically have a data center in the cloud, these two platforms are kind of your big dogs in the sector. So you're talking about AWS, um, and which is Amazon's way of, this is what Amazon was before they actually started selling stuff. Okay, they have the backbone in actually having large amount of data centers across the world, and they actually give out services to where you can go in here and build you servers, PCs. You can have these PCs have containers and Dockers to actually build applications for businesses, and it's available around the world at any given time. And it's it's so robust to where I don't think Amazon really needs to do anything else as far as selling things. It's just kind of, I think the selling part of them are just kind of the icing on the cake, but it's so robust when it comes to their cloud solutions, to where you have people like Microsoft that are trying to catch up with them, but it's just they're too far gone. The same thing goes, as far as what AWS does, Azure does the same thing for Microsoft. Um, this is where you can pretty much do the same thing as AWS, build PCs, build servers, link them together, but they also have a special thing called Microsoft Azure Active Directory. And that's where you go into creating users, creating groups, and being able to use something that a lot of businesses already use. So in most cases, when you go to a big business or a small business, either or, and you have to create a user account, you're probably going to use Microsoft AD, Active Directory. And that software has been in the the business platform for years. I'm thinking maybe 30 years, maybe 30 years plus. And so to have it on the cloud, on the Azure side of it, it makes things accessible from anywhere in the world. You don't have to actually go to that company and be able to get on their network in order to see that actual platform. You can see it from anywhere in the world, right? And that's where Azure helps out. And it's a little bit more intriguing than AWS. AWS, you're going to have to actually go in here and create an account and then create your database all back over using their tools. That could be a little bit time consuming. But um, two big platforms here. You can pretty much do anything and everything that you want to do in this product. You can actually, if you guys wanted to, use your Amazon account to sign up for a free account and go around and play around in it. Now, I would warn you, if you do want to go in there and create your account and start spinning up machines and things like that, they will charge you. They will charge you, and it can get out of hand very quickly. And when I say get out of hand, I'm talking tens of thousands of dollars can be charged to you, because if you choose the wrong thing, or if you don't really have the idea of what you want to choose, Amazon is going to tax you. Same thing goes for Microsoft. They're going to tax you. Okay, so be careful on that. I would try to stay in the free tier as much as possible. But if you get into these platforms and you start playing around and just clicking things and then forgetting about them, they're going to tax you. Okay, so just keep those things in mind. But if you can learn these platforms, if you can get certified in them, as you can see, sir, AWS has a couple of certifications here. Well, not a couple; they got a whole slew of certifications. If you can start passing some of these certifications for Azure and Microsoft, then you're talking about having a very nice basis for when you get into the work field and standing out among the crowd. Okay, so keep those things in mind when it comes to Microsoft Azure and AWS. All right, so that brings us to antivirus. Antivirus, I've talked to you and brung up Defender several times in my lectures, and it's the antivirus that you don't have to pay for. It's already free. Let me see if I can pull mine up. Jesus. Maybe if I can find it, I can show you Defender. There it is. So this is Microsoft Defender. This is what's going to be automatically installed on any kind of Windows product, and it scans and it does basic scans. Excuse me. But if you wanted to see something that's a little bit more intuitive, something that's more fun to look at, you can always go and get a third-party antivirus program. I saw this one last night, a MuteNet, and I'm going to share that with you guys today. So this is a free antivirus program that you can get, download it, and let's go ahead and open it up. And it's a quick install. And what it does is it just shows you now once you're installing, just go ahead and unclick this submit files for analysis, and you then hit your next button in order to go through. So what it does is that here is a better interface to actually set up your scans and then set what time that you want these scans to be on your PC. Okay, so just give it a little bit of time. As I wanted to show you guys this too. When you're installing different types of files on your PC or applications, this is all what it installs. It installs all these type of things here, and you don't see it going on in the background, but it's installing all in your registry keys and on your hard drive. Okay. So imagine if you downloaded the wrong thing and you thinking it's a Trojan horse, so you thinking it's one way, but then like just one of these things is malicious and it's listening to the type of uh, traffic that you're actually the web traffic that you're actually sending out back and forth, and you install that. So now it gets behind your firewall, it gets behind your antivirus, and now it's able to actually communicate. That's why what I should have done, and I'm gonna go ahead and clean this out. Close this out. What I should have done is I should have check this out. I should have taken see my downloads here, and I should have went to virus total. And let's choose to upload my download of that executable. So I'm going to take that whole, verify myself. These are called captchas. This is a form of uh, multi-factor authentication. Okay. So it's trying to see that you're not a robot, and it wants you to look at this file and see what crosswalks it is. So that's why you have stuff like this. Any bicycles? No, I don't see any. So let's skip that. Jesus. Palm trees. Okay. Verify. So I'm not a bot. Okay. So I took that whole application and I uploaded it. So now when I showed you guys all of those things that it was downloading and installing in the background, now Virus Total can go and scan all of those things and see if it's a legit file. See if you're having anything that's not malicious behind the scenes. Okay. Because a lot of times we don't look at those type of things, right? So you can look at your hashes to make sure that it doesn't match up with anything else. Um, we can see the different type of certificates that it uses. Everything seems to check out. There's no red flags. If it didn't check out, I would see some red writing somewhere, right? But overall, everything looks good. So now, if we were in the real world, I will tell you, hey, it's okay to use this application. You can go ahead and install it. So since we already did that, this is how a MuteNet looks. So now I can scan my PC. Let's see if we can go into the scan settings, and now we can schedule a scan. So let's schedule a scan to happen every Monday at I'm not gonna be up at 4 o'clock in the morning, and I wanted to actually just scan my C drive. Matter of fact, I don't even want it to scan the whole C drive. I wanted to scan just the downloads folder just to make sure there's nothing coming into my actual folder. So I can get to it. Matter of fact, don't worry about it. Here it is. All right. Go to downloads, and that's all I want to do. Hit OK. And now once I hit apply, now that scan, trying to show me up now. So let's go back, do this again, do it right. Go to users, me, downloads, and then hit OK. We want this to happen every Monday. Monday at 3, at 4. Create, hit the create button. Now you already see that it's there, and we could put more of them up here, right? And we could just schedule them, let's say throughout the day, especially if this was a PC that was used a lot, right? We want to make sure that we have it scanned maybe nightly or during slow times. So let's